Courage to carry on. Let the writing spirit overflow. We shall keep the lantern shining bright, fame right. We shall keep the lantern shining bright.
Thank you. You can take your seats, and Dr. Godwin Sundu.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Our minister, we call them cabinet secretaries in Kenya, but in Uganda they are cabinet ministers. The president of FEMRIGHT, Honorable Mary Okurut, the director, executive director, Ms. Hilda Twenjeirwe, as well as program director, Fortunate Tusasirwe, the Pan-African Writers Association Vice Chairperson, Professor Igara Kabaji, the entire Kyambogo University fraternity, delegates and colleagues, good morning. As the Masters of Ceremonies has said, my name is Godwin Siundu, currently serving as an academic at the University of Nairobi in the Department of Literature. And today I'm delighted to be able to speak to you as a delegate and as a keynote address speaker on the question of the father in the fiction of Abdul Razak Gurna. And before I begin, I want to thank all of us for sparing time to attend this very important academic activity, which is compounded by the fact that we want to honor one of the most outstanding writers from the East African region, not only because of winning the Nobel Prize in 2021, but more particularly because of foregrounding the experiences of racial minorities in a regional literature that has been preoccupied with concerns with nationalism, with Pan-Africanism, and other related themes, which have almost always threatened to obscure experiences of racial minorities. So I want to go back a bit in history and say that I first encountered Gurna back in 2002 when I was a doctoral student at Wits University in South Africa, which university has produced many scholars in Eastern Africa, including some who are in this gathering today. I had come from Moy University, where I had read a book which had recently been published by Professor Peter Simatei, entitled The Novel and the Politics of Nation Building in East Africa, in which he evaluated the contribution of a number of Eastern African writers, including the president of power today. And so when I got to South Africa, my interest was to study the writings of Moyes Vasanji and other Asians, East African Asian writers. But when I got there, I discovered that there was already a lot of work that was being done by Kenyan academics based in South Africa, including of external authority, as primarily a matter of political class and only secondarily as a matter of racial difference, is the same concern that animates the writings of Gurna. In both sets of writings, the authority of the father, the moral impulse to defer to the father, and the tendency by more powerful political fathers to destroy their less powerful biological counterparts draw on the mythical and cultural meanings of the word father. These meanings, I obtain a sense of a definition from the philosophical reflections of Valentin Mudimbe, the Congolese philosopher now in the US. He says, and I quote, It is our Father who, in the name of privileges of blood, seniority, tradition, summons us to our fantasies and establishes us within an order of duties and ambitions conceived by an ancient memory that he represents. The Father is tradition. He is what came before, and he incarnates the law of survival and the sign of the future. His word is accorded a permanence that allows us, rather that follows us from the beginning to place and across the years. It becomes the memory of the world, hence the burden of generations that is conveyed in the phrase, I am your father. What happens then when the phrase, I am your father, is uttered by a political false father, such as Abed Karume in the Zanzibar that Kuruna wrote of? Following Mudimbe's logic, the political child is crushed by the authority of the false father and withdraws into a position of weakness, while at the same time perceives himself and those who would be like him to affirm himself as an authority and the voice of new ways to come. This, I think, is all that Gurna has been imagining in all his writings. Gurna explores the complexities of fathers incapable of either providing and protecting their households. He coins stories around the father as he struggles to remain afloat in the face of adversity and challenges that dispute his authority. In his acceptance speech, lecture rather, Gurna notes that he found it necessary to write about the hard domineering eye that cannot see what makes people, apparently small in stature, feel assured in themselves regardless of the disdain of others, and do so truthfully, so that both the ugliness and the virtue come through, and the main, rather the human being, appears out of the simplification of stereotype. Although in a somewhat hazy manner, this concern is manifested primarily in Memory of Departure, in which we first encounter Hassan, the protagonist, long before we are introduced to his father. Coincidentally, the narrative begins on the morning Hassan transition to manhood, transiting into possible fatherhood himself. The novel begins by rendering the impact of extreme poverty on family relations, while suggesting that this poverty arises from the father's sin, about which the patriarch remains silent. It is only later that we learn about his despicable sin that shrouds Hassan's homestead. And while muting this sin, the father escapes into piety. And this is what the protagonist says. I found my father praying when I got home. He was squatting on the ground in the backyard, his legs folded under him. His eyes were closed and his head was lowered on his chest. His hands, folded into fists, were resting on his knees, the index finger of his right hand pointing at the ground. But this image of piety is a fleeting one, because sooner than later, the father and other fathers, such as Bakari in the novel, expose their moral degeneration that is somewhat attributed to the material poverty that they find themselves in. Although the narrator perceives Bakari as pious, erroneously as well, this piety is negated by the ease with which Bakari lapses into fits of inexplicable anger and violence that make him less admirable to the child, narrator, and in the process make Bakari lose his authority over the young child. The novel says, sometimes Bakari went mad. He beat his wife and children. Once he set his wife on fire. He broke a chair over one of his daughters, and she still suffers from fainting spells and can hardly speak properly. Afterwards, he was contrite, locking himself away and praying to God for forgiveness, begging God to kill him, begging his family to pardon him. Similarly, Hassan's father gives in to the vagaries of life to escape his own improvidence. He is given to drunkenness and violence, including sexual violence, and in one extreme instance he batters Said, Hassan's elder brother for spending a 5-shilling note that Hassan had picked up while rummaging through a dustbin. The psychological implications of the father's violence aside, this incident points at the failure of biological fathers who deploy unmitigated violence against their children in ways that replicate the violence and failure of the political fathers of the nation to provide for their citizen children and eliminate the shaming burden of poverty. This shaming burden of poverty, as Gurna shows, has an emasculating impact on individuals at best, and at worst has a dehumanizing effect. The default reliance on violence as a means of asserting the father's authority is very similar to the mass violence that the state inflicts on the marginal racial communities that are all premised on the doubtful presumption that physical power translates to institutional authority of the father figure and the state machinery, respectively. In the text, Memories of Departure, we are told that the father stepped forward and stopped within inches of the heaving body of his firstborn. He kicked him in the stomach. He kicked him again as he tried to get up. He beat him with his fists, battered him with his head, beat him on his wrists. He beat him until his bowels opened. And the evening of this beating, Said, that is the poor boy, was burned to death due to a candle accident, because the candle had been left by his bedside by the mother, and of course by the time the beddings caught fire, he was so out not to do anything for himself. Now, Said's premature death marks the highest point of his father's failure as a father. It is a failure that derived from the older man's inability to comprehend the magnitude of what it means to be a father, as well as from a psychological mess from which he fails to retrieve himself. As I see it, the father's hostility and the reaction it elicits from his traumatized children approximates the troubled relationship between the immediate post-independent Zanzibar and its citizens of racial minorities. Those who see the decay in state management as a metaphoric of the failure of the larger post-colonial regime. But the demagogic black leaders see such criticism as a failure to understand the intricacies of leadership and as an example of outright ingratitude from a population group that has an option of escape. And this is captured in the text in the view, which is allegorical in my view, that you know nothing of your father's struggles. He tells me you pass him in the street and you don't even greet him. If you hate him so much, why don't you leave? You eat the food we put before you and you don't spare a thought for him. He sits at the docks all day filling in forms for people who can't write. Who do you think he does that for? Can't you at least show him some respect? It is critical that the father only complains to Said's mother about what he sees as disrespect from his sons, and that he works in the docks, which is a transitional space that foreshadows future escape. In all, there is progressive silencing that culminates in the decision by the father to sink deeper into religious piety, itself arguably an escape from the routine responsibilities of fatherhood in the secular world, especially given that his fervent prayers are contradicted or even negated by his insatiable drinking. The psychosocial sense of defeat precipitates emotional dependency on anger and corresponds with his moral and physical degeneration, all of which occur in a space of political repression and material deprivation. In this way, the degeneration of the protagonist mirrors that of the state, whose keepers nonetheless feel slighted at the suggestion of dereliction of duty. Along this line of thought, the original sin of state failure could also be seen in the vile crime that Hassan's father committed, that of defiling an 8-year-old, for which he is imprisoned, and which marked the beginning of his downward spiral. It is arguable that Gurna's use of the carceral space suggests an elevation of the failed father to a place of greater visibility in ways that highlight the limits of acceptable and unacceptable morality. The prison is where his unfatherly actions are most chastised and where his failure climaxes. His eventual parole, however, does not guarantee his full reintegration into the same society he had offended. It instead marks him out as a moral castaway whose inadequacy can only be compensated by lashing out at his hapless children and wife. Where this fails to validate him, he resorts to drunkenness that somehow erodes his stature even more in the eyes of the bigger society. The false fatherhood of Said's dad also manifests in Uncle Ahmed. Like Hassan's father, Uncle Ahmed also resorted to violence when his daughter goes out with Hassan in spite of an earlier warning. One could argue that while the younger generation seems keen on forging their own paths separate from those of their parents, the latter are determined to impose their prejudices upon their progeny. In this way, memory of departure generates a bleak and desolate society, coastal in all aspects, rather respects, but goes beyond individual pathology, although not always consistently, to locate some of the sources of failure in a brutal and brutalizing patriarchal society where men live out myths of masculinity and virility through forms of paranoid sexism and violence. Those are the words of Roger Bromley. Somehow, a similar pattern unfolds in Admiring Silence, where escapism and failed fatherhood manifest in the idea of silence. Set variously in Zanzibar and in England, Admiring Silence shows the vulnerability of the father figure to the near overwhelming external political forces that lead to estrangement, loneliness, and eventual exile. In the process, the social order that privileges patriarchy is undone by race and bureaucracy that make the protagonist both an other and an asylum seeker in Zanzibar and in England, respectively. The protagonist's strategic silence determines his interactions with his hosts, while obscuring his earlier failures as a father. Only later in England, after their diagnosis of a heart problem, does he care to speak about his daughter. I have to tell you about my daughter, he says. It's not that she's a disappointment to me. It's just that from about the time she reached 14, I've been a disappointment to her. This half-hearted acknowledgement of failure, although somewhat late, has a redemptive feel to it, for its recognition of the obligations and responsibilities inherent in the idea of being a father. While the interactions between father and daughter swivel around sarcastic remarks thrown at each other and suppressed frustrations that finally boil over. We see this where we are told, "I'm not a failure," I shouted at the closed door. "I am a tragedy. This deadpan world is full of chaos, and I'm one of the lost." Eventually, though, the protagonist admits to his failures, influenced by his status as a black exile in England and facing up to all sorts of self-deprecating remarks. And he says, "At times I felt invisible to them," that is his in-laws, Emma's parents. "My voice sounded strange when I spoke in their midst, as if I was speaking in an incomprehensible tongue. I found myself losing track, confusing words, and becoming tongue-tied. When they talked about me, or even to me, it felt that they were pitying me, that I was a victim of unavoidable natural forces, a cyclone, or a cholera epidemic, or an inherited deformity." Caught up in this mess, the protagonist decides to become a protege to Mr. Willoughby, his false father, recognizing the absence of his actual father. He says, "I don't have an uncle or a father. I created those two figures for Emma out of my one stepfather, more or less." This troubled relationship with fathers cuts across the generation since, as the narrator says, his own uncle had deserted home, fleeing from a harsh father. He says, their father was still alive when my mother's brother ran away. But because of the dishonor his son's disobedience brought on him, he did not mention his name again in the few months that remained to him. When people in the streets asked after his son Abbas, he shook his head and was silent, and sometimes tears came to his eyes. Everybody understood that Abbas's spurning of his father's authority was too profound a misdemeanor for him to attempt to make the customary pleas of mercy and forgiveness for the delinquent. The son's abandonment of the father is all the more striking because the father was a respected member of the society. He, that is Uncle Hashim, was a solemn man who liked to have his word taken seriously. But his appearance and demeanor alone, you could tell that he was a pillar of the community and notable. And again, as I note, this seems to be a common trope in African literature, from Achebe Zunoka in Things Fall Apart to Oyono Stundi in Houseboy. In both these texts, the allure of a seemingly better lives tends to push strong-willed sons to flee from what they consider to be autocratic leadership of their fathers. And in both, they end up in the arms of false fathers who appear more benevolent in the first instance, but who turn out to be false fathers after all. And in all instances, the spurned fathers resort to silence as a coping mechanism, perhaps because words are inadequate in expressing what exactly they feel when abandoned by their own sons. Even in later works, Gurna extends this concern. For instance, in Afterlives, which is something that follows up Paradise, Gurna uses silence from an experiential perspective to demonstrate the father's inability to comprehend what he is going through. There's a sense in which the silence, as used across the text, is both cause and symptom of trauma based on previous experiences that inflicted unresolved pain. This lack of resolution, seen in the failure of return, similarly cuts across the entire oeuvre of Gurnas. I knew that I would have to go home because I belonged to them. If I did not return, they would come to seek me. Then they would beat me and love me and remind me of God's words. That is the protagonist in Memory of Departure. But in Afterlife, the same pattern unfolds as the narrative follows the life of 4 characters over the period of the German war in East Africa up until some years after independence. And in the course of the narrative, we see that issues of father-child relationships in the context of German rule continue to unfold. Examples include that of Khalifa, son of Qasim, a Gujarat Indian who had married a local woman. And although different in appearance, Khalifa has fond memories of his father, whom he celebrates for sticking by his mother, unlike, we are quoting, some Indian men who play around with African women until they are ready to send for an Indian wife then abandon them. My father never left my mother. In Afterlives, Gurna presents a narrative of family status quo affected by the paternal authority at home. Qasim's father was a tax collector and sought to educate his son so that he too could become a tax collector or any other respectable profession. Qasim eventually becomes a bookkeeper and initiates Khalifa in the same career. And in the narrative, Qasim inducts the son to the oral histories of his people, apparently because, we quote, "It is what fathers do to their children." This logic of continuity, what fathers do to their children, shows the transgenerational obligations to their descendants. In so doing, one social and existential continuity is assured. And then there is the story of Ilyas, who had been kidnapped as a child by a shoestrap askari and raised by a German father, or German false father if you like, and educated in German, in a German mission school. His arrival to the town marks a new beginning for him, as he has been sent with a letter of introduction to the manager of a large German sisal estate. And this letter ensures that Elias can get a job and establish himself. Elias and Khalifa become good friends, something that later grows when Khalifa becomes a father, in quotes, to Afia, who is Elias' younger sister. Both Elias and Kasim act as fathers to Afia, teaching her reading and writing until the war broke out. And Elias, who admired the Germans, immediately signs up for the Schutztracht army in the same way that Yusuf did in Paradise, and sends Afia back to the uncles, Malaika, Makame and Malaika, that is uncle and aunt, respectively, despite knowing of the harrowing experiences that Afia was subjected to earlier by the same relatives. It is a failure on Ilia's part. She did not know how he could send her back there after all he had said and after he had taught her to see the cruelty of her life with them. And this marks the beginning of the disintegration of the family as a unit under the weight of war. Eventually, Afia writes to Khalifa to rescue her from the terror of her aunt and uncle. So my thinking is that through Elias, Gurna exploits the effects of the false father on an individual's life. Ironically, despite his full embrace of the German lifestyle, he ends up being killed by the same Germans due to a racist law that prohibited sexual relations across or among blacks and Germans. Regrettably, we see that Elias leads to his son's death when the latter accompanies the father to a concentration camp and is shot dead while attempting to escape from the place. So, Afterlives as a novel has more of such false fathers. Hamza as an Askari who had volunteered for the war out of fear, who had been sold as a slave to pay his debt. Hamza had also fled when working for the merchant became unbearable, and he navigates through life bearing the scars of his father's abandonment by sale to a merchant, and thus pays for the sins of his father to fit in a larger context of slavery. Like Afia, Hamza looks up to Khalifa, their shared false father, to survive the new dispensation where they seek some stability. The place of false fathers in the larger context of slavery is seen in what is arguably the most ambitious of Gurna's novels, Paradise. This is a novel that follows the life of Yusuf, whose father pawns him to a rich merchant, Aziz, in lieu of an outstanding debt. Born in a poor household, Yusuf lives a precarious life all through, making do with many false fathers in the process. And even before being sold, Yusuf is inducted into the responsibilities of fatherhood by his own biological father, who, quote, expected him to make an appearance at the hotel every afternoon after his midday prayers, to learn about the business his father told him, and to learn to stand on his own feet, but really to relieve the two young men who helped and cleaned up in the kitchen and who served the food to the customers. In this routine, there were no father-son problems. Uncle Aziz, who takes Yusuf in lieu of his debt, becomes both a false father and a reincarnation of the colonial father figures who used lumps of sugar to entice young boys to follow their ways, which, of course, is a historical fact that is dramatically presented in Oyono's Houseboy. In Paradise, Gurna captures Yusuf's father's attempt at concealing his anxiety for failing his son. On the afternoon when Yusuf's father informs him of his departure with Uncle Aziz, he tries to smile and laugh, to look unconcerned, but his emotions still seep through. Beneath this veneer of indifference, he is tormented by the knowledge of his own failure, which comes off as a betrayal to his son. Later on, we are told Yusuf could not remember what his mother did or said, but he remembered that she looked ill or dazed, leaning exhaustedly against the doorpost. It never occurred to him not even for one brief moment, that he might be gone from his parents for a long time, or that he might never see them again. It never occurred to him to ask when he would be returning. He never thought to ask why he was accompanying Uncle Aziz on his journey, or why the business had to be arranged so suddenly. There exists a trauma about the father, particularly drawn from his bouts of violence, a trauma of abandonment. Yusuf was terrified when they argued, feeling their sharp words cut into him and remembering stories from other boys of violence and abandonment. As his biological father abandons him, Yusuf becomes the property protege of Uncle Aziz, who ominously changes from the warm and generous uncle in quotes that he had been all through to a cold and distant figure. We are told in the novel, in the first few days, everyone smiled at him except Uncle Aziz, whom Yusuf saw only once or twice in a day. The silence on Aziz's part soon awakens Yusuf from his naivety. Soon, Khalil, a fellow slave to merchant Aziz, tells Yusuf, as for Uncle Aziz, for a start, he ain't your uncle. He told him, this is most important for you. Listen to me. Hey, Kifaurongo, he ain't your uncle. The father's mistakes and misfortunes befall the sons inadvertently. Now, Aziz, Yusuf's false father, initiates him to the life of trade. He allows the young boy to join him in one of his trading trips so that he can understand the details of trading with the inland people. And on the journey, Uncle Aziz inadvertently exposes his true self in the symbolic act of removing his cap. We are told Uncle Aziz had taken his cap off once they boarded the train, and Yusuf was surprised by how harsh he looked. Without the cap, his face looked more squat and out of proportion. As he lay back dozing silently, the gracious manners which caught the eye were absent. Aziz appears raw and naked in the eyes of Yusuf, and after this discovery, Yusuf has to look elsewhere for a father, whom he finds in Mzee Hamdani, merchant Aziz's gardener. Hamdani is presented as a pious man who dutifully performs his tasks while singing praises to God and reciting the Quran. Hamdani represents a religious figure that emulates pious lifestyle to Yusuf, who had never been taught the ways of his faith. He becomes a symbol of religious dedication and piety that honored Allah for the young, impressionable boy. And as such, Yusuf begins to emulate him, so much so that he is ridiculed by Khalil. We quote, "You should find something else to use up your energy. Why don't you chase after women or become a holy man? Instead, you want to turn out like Mzee Hamdan." One of Aziz's business partners, Hamid Suleiman, is said to have been a genial and good-natured man and treated Yusuf like a relative. It is Hamid who teaches Yusuf how to read the Quran and carries out the important fatherly responsibility of bequeathing younger Yusuf about religious matters. Hamid was horrified when he discovered that somehow Aziz had not cared to show Yusuf anything regarding the Quran. "Maskini, you poor boy, it's not right. Didn't they teach you to read in that house? What kind of people are they?" The gravity of the situation is reflected in Hamid's alarmed response to Yusuf's confession. And he shouts, "Maimuna!" Hamid yelled for his wife as if he was in pain. "Maimuna, come here. Yalla, come quickly." "Kimwana, the boy doesn't know how to read the Quran," Hamid said, turning to her with a distraught look. "He has no father and no mother, and does not even know the word of God." Gurna uses this instance, in my view, to highlight the failure of the father in being the custodian of religion to his descendants. In the absence of the father, the uncle is expected to fill in the roles. As such, Maimuna questions why Aziz abandoned Yusuf to a life of faithlessness. "But how could your uncle have left you in that state all these years?" Maimuna asked, looking to share in the blame. And we see that Pilgrim's Way, which is yet another of Gurna's text almost has similar preoccupations, and it follows the life of Dawood, an immigrant in England who struggles to keep afloat in a racial society with all odds stepped against him. Dawood had left home with the illusion of pursuing a better life for himself by getting an admission to pursue a medical course at the university. But he's unable to perform well in his academic life, and so he drops out to become an orderly at a hospital in town. He stops writing back home and avoids conversations that cause him, that appear to accuse him of failure. This is until Catherine Mason happens, and he becomes infatuated by her and begins to relive his memories of home. So Catherine walks into Dawood's life as a catalyst that disrupts his way of thinking and his way of acting. He is pushed out of the depressive, self-denigrating lifestyle that he had condemned himself to, and with her help, he begins to change his ways and come to terms with the reality in his life as an immigrant living away from home. However, despite this progress, Dawood is weighed down by the memory of his father. Departure. And this memory somewhat shocks Dawood as he battles living in an alien world and the chaos of racial prejudice. This climate of prejudice has affected his interactions so much so that Dawood has few friends. Some of them are actually immersed in the racial or racist ideology that projects whiteness as superior to blackness. Ultimately, Dawood's immersion in self-pity because of all the loneliness and other exilic challenges from which he is shaken by Catherine. His immersion, of course, is complete, and eventually he's shaken out of it by this Catherine Mason. And she challenges Dawood to step out of the resignation and give some meaning to his life. Dawood begins to face the truth about his departure from home, and faces up to the ghost of failure that haunts him. It is at this point that he confesses to Catherine that he had lied about his parents and begins to confront the reality of his relationship with his father, whose scent continues to haunt him in the foreign world. In confronting these locked memories, Dawood begins his journey to restoring his relationship with his father. The journey of restoration is unlikely to materialize because of the incompleteness of the gestures of reconnection. He reached home with a sense of relief. He did not linger. In his bedroom, he began to write a letter to his father, which he knew he would never finish, or if he did, he would never send. What could he say to him? And he had to go to work the next day. Catherine opens an emotional valve that allows Dawood to open up about his fears, his hidden emotions. She enables him to become vulnerable and question his life as is without a sense of judgment that I had felt when his family and friends, with his family and friends back then. With Catherine, there are no expectations and therefore no disappointments. She is simply there to listen to his woes and push him to confront the unimaginable in his life. He told her about everything in his life. And as the novel comes to an end, Dawood has grown in his perception about life and his experience to discover what it is that crushes the spirit and makes it incapable of growing. And therefore, as I draw to a conclusion, I want to state as follows, that if Uncle Aziz's sudden change in attitude aligns with his calculating pursuit for profit, even at the cost of freedom of his pawns, it is also an indicator of the absence of paternal warmth measured through ordinary conviviality that Professor Stein has written about. It is also at the core of the human interactions between and among strangers. That is the concept of conviviality. The specter of troubled relationships between false fathers and their children in Gurna's fiction points at equally troubled relationships between states such as Zanzibar and England with their unwanted children, that is, racial minorities, asylum seekers, exiles, and so on. Part of this rejection is manifested in what may well be criminalization of difference, seen in the incarceration of Saleh Omar in By the Sea, who is jailed for many years, so much that he becomes a prisoner of conscience. And when he is released, he flees into exile where he is mistreated as an asylum seeker. It is instructive that even when he regularizes his status as an exile, he occupies a small flat on the fringes of the city, and in the process, he loses his daughter and his wife, which he sees as the ultimate failure for the way this haunts him in exile. And in all this, the failure of the father figure at the household level approximates the leadership at the national level. And this is because, as Felvin Starr would have it, the father refers to a certain epistemological paternalism that has been established and that has been infantilized in Africa. In the same way that Yusuf's father pawns him for an unpaid debt, the national leadership has literally pawned its own sons and daughters, who now must scrounge for life on the fringes of foreign societies that barely tolerate them as refugees, exiles, and aliens. It is their plight that Gurna explores in what the Nobel Committee described as an uncompromising and compassionate penetration. Thank you very much.
Can we give another? I believe we've gone. I believe we've gone down again the road of the life of and the work of Abdelrazak. Those who kept asking when you were coming for the conference who he was and some of his work, I think we are now hearing it right from the keynote addresses, and we are experiencing that. And thanks to Dr. Siondo and also Professor Tina, who gave us a keynote address yesterday. At this point, we are going to come back on ground to our lead hosts, and that's Kyambogo University. And I would like to invite Sister Dr. Nachiwala to say a word as we move towards, I'm preparing you to reach the highest level. So, Sister Dr. Nachiwala, please come and say a word. And yes? No, this side. Yeah, then after Sister, I should hand over to the Executive Director. I'm right.
Honorable Minister of State for Gender and Culture, the President of FEMRITE, the Chief Executive Director of FEMRITE, the representative of Power and representative of Aga Khan and Ford Foundations, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have been asked to welcome you on behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities. Welcome to Kyambogo University. We are very proud to host such a prestigious conference. We are so happy because of the multitude of benefits that we are going to have from this conference. We are so happy you are all here from different countries, from different places. Thank you for honoring the invitation to this conference. Please feel at home. Let us enjoy, let us get the wisdom as we celebrate a great man, Abdrazak Gurman, whom, as I said yesterday, the muses have highly favored, and has produced enormous work which we are meditating on, endlessly meditating on. Thank you very much. Please feel at home. It's my bound duty to invite the Chief Executive of FEMRITE to address the group here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sister Nachiwala. Thank you for the warm welcome. And that makes us feel at home at Kyambogo University. And we appreciate everything that you've done so far. Honorable Minister, Minister Peace Mutuzo, we are so delighted to have you with us. Really delighted, and I request that we give her an applause. Thank you, and I will explain why I'm asking for that applause. The culture sector has, from the time she stepped into that office, the benefits have been immense. And we believe that before she steps out, we shall have a Ministry of Culture. She has moved with us to different offices. There's a time I sat with her and other people of the sector. Charles Batambuze is here. I don't know whether the National Culture Forum was represented here yesterday. But we sat with her. We were supposed to meet the Prime Minister at 8 a.m. We sat there. We met the Prime Minister at about 8 p.m. Yes, and she sat with us. She stayed put with us. So we really appreciate. Our President, Honorable Mary Karoro Okrut, we thank you for being here. She was here yesterday, she's still here with us. The VC was here with us, but her office is still represented. The Deputy VC was here. The office is still represented. Dr. Sister Nachiwala is here. Dr. Sister Namirembe is here. We thank you, we really appreciate. Before I go into the conference, Madam Minister, I would like to let you know that here we are not just Uganda, it's different countries represented here. And when I say your country, you make some noise for your country. We have Uganda, are you there? Yeah. We have South Africa. Okay, we have Kenya. Oh, I see many hands, but they seem not to know how to do the applause. We have the Gambia. Ooh. We have Tanzania. Yes, we have Qatar. Qatar is in the house. Yes. Okay, have I left out any country? Speak for yourself if you've been left out. We have Germany. Yes, Nigeria. Nigeria is in the house, big time. Yes, so that is the countries that are represented here, Madam Minister. To give you a very small brief about the conference, I already informed your office. We felt indebted to Professor Abdrazak Gurman to celebrate him for bringing the Nobel Prize for Literature home to East Africa. We've rooted for different writers, Professor Ngugi, Professor Michere Mugo. We've rooted for them, and we hadn't had this, so we felt it was in order that we celebrate him. And because his work, as you have listened to our keynote speaker today, and from the keynote speaker yesterday and all the conversations that we've had, his work is work that touches all of us. It is work that we all identify with. He deals with themes that touch humanity, the questions of humanity, and so we feel that we are all represented in his work, and he represented us. We are winners with him, and so that is why we said we should celebrate him. And so I would like to recognize the Pan-African Writers Association, represented here. Professor Kabaji Egara is in the house. They worked with us. Femwright is a member of the Pan-African Writers Association, represents Uganda on the Pan-African Writers Association. And so we worked with them to organize this conference. So we appreciate their support. I want to appreciate the partners who we worked with. The effects of COVID are still immense. They're actually now being felt even more. And the arts sector is always the first to have bad cuts, bad budget cuts. And so when we got the support to do this, we really, really appreciate the partners. The Swedish Embassy, which hosted us yesterday evening. We had hoped you would be with us, but we got message you were at other assignments. We've had the Ford Foundation. We have Kyambogo University. We didn't pay for this facility to be here, and all other facilities we really, really appreciate. The Fountain Publishers, one of the oldest publishing houses in Uganda, they have been amazing. They've supported us. We appreciate them. The Aga Khan Foundation. The Aga Khan Foundation, I think they are not yet here, but they've also been supportive. So I would like you to take it back to government that the sector has a lot of needs, as you already know, but the civil society is willing to support us. Once we have government support, once we have government goodwill, civil society will support us. Yeah. I would like to thank the committees that we worked with to organize this, and I will call them because it's important that they get seen by you and by the people here. So I request them to get ready to come here as I conclude. I would like to say that the main objective of this conference is to bring the academia and the writers together, so that together we talk about what we do, because sometimes you write, you don't know what is happening with your work. But when we gather here and we talk, yesterday Sister Dr. Nachwara gave us a quotation from Achebe, that when we gather together, it's to see the moon. It's not because we don't see the moon in our compound, but that it's good for the kindred to be together. So it is good that we are here together, speaking together. I would like to request the committee to come, led by our chairperson, Linda Lillian, our programs officer, Fortunate to Sasire. Where's the team, the committee team? We had two chairs. We had two committees, a country committee and a regional committee for Pan-African Writers Association, and that was chaired by Professor Kabaji. Please, we welcome you here. Yeah. Yes, Madam Minister, this is the team that has delivered the conference to you. And before you even speak, since they are already here, I would like them to present a gift to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you for honoring us with your presence. Thank you. May I take this chance, therefore, to ask our Honorable Minister whether our Honorable President, Mary Karoro Okrut, that's not what we call her, that's why I'm confused. She's, what do we call her? She's Mother Hen, and so she will welcome our minister.
Thank you, Hilda. Honorable Minister, these cheeks, in more ways than one. Honorable Minister, we really want to thank you for having made that time. I know your schedule. It is so tight, more than tight. Even now as we speak here, because I had already seen the program from Parliament, I know you are supposed to go and defend something in Parliament. And Parliament is not easy, I can assure you, but you will manage. So we are really happy that you could make the time. Secondly, we are happy it is you. I've known Madam Minister, we are working together at State House, but she has always had a passion for literature. And that makes a difference. This literature makes us better human beings. Because when we are writing, we are holding up the mirror to nature and to humanity. This is why, Madam Minister, when you go to cabinet, please, you impress it upon government that literature is very, very important. If we had to have our way, engineers would do literature as well. Doctors would study literature. Because once you have studied literature, when you are going to operate a patient, or you are talking to a patient, there's that quality. It gives you added quality. Thank you, Madam Minister. And please, join me once again to congratulate her. I sat in when she was defending her PhD thesis. I said, wow, our minister. And I'm really not saying this, you know, I'm not being diplomatic. She definitely does not have potential for brains. She has a brain. Thank you. And congratulations. And it is so important for the country to have people of your caliber up there. There was a time during Amin's time, most of you I'm sure were not born, but I remember education was despised so badly. Somebody would say, I didn't go to school. But look at me, which is okay to be successful when you have not been in school. You climbed the ladder, but it is very important for us to really preach the value of education. So when you are there, the young people you are motivating, the ones who are looking up to you, saying, oh, I want to become like her, get a PhD, be successful, we want to thank you for that mentorship. And as she said, I was once minister of gender. But when I was there, what you are doing is 100 times better than what I did. And I'm very serious. Because you are keeping the flag high for culture. And Madam Minister, it's not because we want to be beggars, but we are positive beggars. The writers you see here and in the country, Madam Minister, there are so many manuscripts out there waiting for publication, and they are quality. So we want you to step in. Please, help Femrite. Femrite is not only publishing, you know, women books. Please, we need help. There's a lot of potential. The film industry here in Uganda is untapped. Madam Minister, when you sit in cabinet, say, we want a fund for writers. And I know you have been saying it. And our work is quality. Let us be on the school syllabus. What are the young children reading? And now there's the new media. Now I'm concluding, I would have said a lot. There's the new media. They're on WhatsApp. They are reading unimaginable things and watching but here we have wholesome literature where they will find our values, our norms, because the fireside stories are no more. So where will they find them if not in scripted literature? Thank you so much, Madam Minister. Thank you, everybody, Hilda, and all the committee. We can't thank you enough. The ones who have funded this international conference, and it is international in every way, thank you so much. May God bless you abundantly. Apart from other things, I am also a canon of the church. So I want to give you a blessing. May God's grace, favor, and abundant blessings be with you now and forevermore. Amen. It is now my singular honor and pleasure to invite you, Madam Minister, to come and address us, and thank you once again for your charisma, hard work, commitment, and focused vision in whatever you do. Thank you very much. Doctor, I forgot to add that, Doctor. Thank you, and you are welcome. Karibu sana, everybody. Next time we shall live again when we have a conference of this type, even if we take you to the source of the Nile or to the equator, but you get a feel of what Uganda is. You eat Rolex. You are welcome.
I am so privileged to be with you today. I have gotten so many kind messages, remarks, and congratulatory messages, and I don't take them for granted. They've added me some ranks. They have brightened my day. Even the business schedule that I had that was really torturing me, I feel a bit lighter. I think I'll run quickly to the next one with a lot of joy, having gotten all the energy from here. Madam President of Femrite, Honorable Karoro Krot, it feels sweet to be honored by your parent. Madam Karoro worked with us. Of course, she was one we looked up to as an elder in a state house. And you would first pray that you organize your English properly before you get to reach her, or speak Runyankore or vernacular well, because she will ensure that you get to understand where you have made a mistake, even if it is a comma. So we started learning from her. And before I knew her, I knew her elder brother, Emmanuel Karoro, who was the director of the school where I was. It was a college at that time, a teacher's college, Kakoba, where I was nurtured into a guild president under his stewardship. And after that, I went to State House. I found the sister there. So I grew up in their hands. And so I feel happy that she's the one. And when she invited me, I had no guts, even when I knew I had a very busy schedule, I had no guts to say no. The right thing you would have done was to say yes and what time. If she says jump, you only ask how high. and then you can ask the why later. So, the moderator of the program who welcomed me, I am so grateful. What was the name again? I'm trying to look at the name. Jacob. Jacob, thank you for the sweet message and kind words. The deputy, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sister Ambrose Nachuara, Director FemRight, Madam Hilda Tuonjirwe. I did not even know that we stayed the whole day together. I did not recognize that we were there together. The development partners, I'm happy to note. Thank you so much, Kyambogo University, for hosting this very, very important conference. Swedish Embassy, thank you for partnering with us. Ford Foundation, Aga Khan, Fountain Publishers, Pan-African Writers Association, we can't thank you enough. Because writing is not just fun. Writing is a very strong commitment. You put aside every other pleasure and you put across your deep felt thoughts for generations to tap into. So it is selfless work. No wonder half of the writers have had to lose their sight. All of them put on glasses. I went to walk to Makerere University when I was just enrolling for a PhD, and everybody was putting on glasses. I'm like, but now professors, must you have all glasses? Is it a fashion, a design? They said, wait, shortly you will be on glasses. And in less than a year, I had 4 different types of specs. I would put on one, abandon it, and put on another. I would think the lenses are not working properly until I had reached the last lens. And that's when I realized that there's a very strong commitment to put your thoughts on paper. So writers are not businessmen in Chikubo who are looking for a difference. Their varied work is compounded into a small book which you buy very cheaply and sometimes free of charge. And you don't know that this person has just blessed you with everything he had in mind. So, if you ask me what is the scope of culture, culture is government. Because you can write about what is underground, you can write about what is in the air, so culture is government. So that the Department of the Ministry of Culture, when I got it, I had to read about it, and I took about 3 years to understand exactly what its definition are. The scope is so huge. Huge. It defines an organization, a society, in its totality. Be it its science, be it its chemistry, whatever is about it, whatever God blessed it with. And for you who puts it in writing, you are the epitome. Because how else would somebody communicate what he does not even see or know, unless he reads it from you? Government will definitely support you. Last cabinet, on Monday, I was presenting a paper on the board of trustees of the National Cultural Center. And after that, the president thought the domains were too big and culture is not reflected in its totality. It is now defined by music, which is also integrated with the foreign music, which we appreciate because this is collaborative and our society has almost moved that way, but we should not run away from where we started or where we are or what defines us. So he said, besides the board, create an advisory team of eminent persons, because the board is now constituted of many other contemporary mix-up of culture. So that shows the commitment he has to ensure that our artistic and our valuable contribution, specifically the writers, have, and in keeping our culture and perhaps our history alive. So with that, the paper had to go back until we look for eminent persons to put on a certain small committee that will revive, revitalize what the positive contributions of our culture and written down is about, or else we lose our direction. So I wanted to give you an insight of how strongly we are pushing culture, we are also pushing writing, we are pushing positive values, and to transit them into the future generations. Now, writers have this advantage, even with the contemporary developments that have either hit us by accident, or that have come by design, or that we cannot avoid. One is the fourth industrial revolution. You need to position yourselves very well, because others are writing their history. The film industry I've talked about need to partner very closely with you, so that Abduraziz's work, Abdurazak's work can be translated into small, short, digital, and visual stories that will attract the attention of young people. You read a book for about an hour or two. These young people do not have the time to read a book for even 1 minute. He will pick 1 or 2 sentences and jump away from it and reference it as he has read the whole book. Cite it if you are lucky, or turn your words into his, and will not be reprimanded, because there is now software that runs everything. But if we turn these stories into physical action, somebody sees the father, you talked about a political father and a political son, and would see somebody hitting at the other. It's a bit poetic. It requires interpretation. Now there are these commentators also who have come on board. When you look at children watching televisions these days, you don't understand where they are being nurtured to. Many of the things they are showing, Telemundo is running throughout, it doesn't stop. They are busy kissing, they are doing all sorts of things that to us in Africa were sacred, taboos and private. And immediately, because of the hormones rising up, they begin practicing. I hope you know during COVID how our children were disturbed. That is where they became more unsafe, and yet we thought we had retired them home where they should have found all the safety. But that is where they were impregnated. But who was going into these homes to impregnate the children when everybody's home was closed? Tell me who. Who could that monster have been? And that is why you don't hear about many cases that have risen, and although you saw about the number of girls who got pregnant during that time, but how many cases were reported? It is because their family relatives were a cause of that problem. So we don't want to break to that. So what do we do? Which space do you occupy in the contemporary competition we have? Get to the fourth industrial revolution. Other people will not get there. It will be you who has the time to sit and do the coding. The advantage falls into your hands. So let's not just write on the computer, but get into coding. I don't know whether any devices that can lead us to that, but we need to develop them, and that would be the first request you'd have made maybe to government's attention, so that we sit in an area where we can do the coding free of charge. We have that studio, whether it is a studio library, such that we can move to the fourth industrial revolution and sell our stories. There is a very big market abroad that you cannot tap into and finish. You've been struggling to sell your book? Don't waste more time. Get to digitalize it and put it into stories. of actions where somebody can physically see the environment you are talking about, and you're not just imagining it or just writing it. There he will have the 2 hours you need for him to read the book, and in 30 minutes he will have concluded your work. And he will pay without even feeling a pinch. He will even first pay before he sees what you are going to present. Is that a better idea? So for those of us who have written our work, turn them digital, but also turn them into stories. Make sure you look for the film actors. Let them act physically. They will show up that virtual reality. It is all over. I did not carry mine, but I have it. Where children put these things on their faces and they are visibly seeing everything you are talking about. That would be the easiest way to sell your work. Now, I went to Washington, D.C. a month ago, and some of the Ugandans and other African people that were assembled in the place where I addressed them were desirous of seeing teachers who can teach their African children and on how they used to do what they were doing. Of late, parents are becoming too busy to nurture their children into and inculcate certain values. Some parents have grown up without those values themselves and desire to go back to the Africanize themselves. They have grown Ingratianized or Germanized, but now they want to Africanize because they are black. There are black Americans over there who want to really feel black. Black in skin, but nothing black about it, because they always ask them, who are you? American black, okay, but what is your culture, what's your... And so they want identity. So they're asking me, do you have people who can teach how to cook luombo? So that we sell those small clips. So that we even conduct classes. Many want to enroll, have this teacher from Kyambogo University who knows about cooking, who knows about how to make rubugo, who knows about this kind of dressing, different types of dressing, who know to entertain their children at home, but also to inculcate them through the real values, because they cannot have the time, but also they don't know enough. Yesterday when I was addressing people on the gender-based violence, somebody asked me about the street children, but I told them now they are even street grandfathers. They have lived on the street, they have had children on the street, and you know the eldest, maybe the youngest grandfather on the street is about 34. He's a grandfather already, 34, 38. They are grandmothers, they are grandfathers, street. They don't know any other life. Even when you take them back home and give them land and give them everything else, because they have grown over there where they get everything free, where there is music, there is not everything, they want to go back to the street. So what you nurture your children to is what they become eventually. I've said all these things even before I go to the main statement. I think I need to run to the statement because I will lose time to catch up with other programs. So on behalf of government of Uganda and on my own behalf, I am pleased to preside over this very important conference in celebrating African literature. It is my privilege and honor to join you today as we celebrate and acknowledge the rich literary heritage of Africa and the profound impact it has had globally, the diverse range of storytelling traditions from oral history to modern day masterpieces. Today, we gather here to appreciate and acknowledge the profound impact that African literature has had on our society, as well as to recognize the remarkable talent of its writers and poets. Allow me to appreciate the organizers and founders of this conference, which has attracted the participation of book writers and exhibitors, ambassadors, members of the publishing organizations, the academia, the media, and the individuals from across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this day is celebrating the life and the works of Abdulrazak Ghana for the future of African literature. We want to congratulate you upon winning the Nobel Prize. This theme was deliberately selected to encourage and appreciate the African writers who contributed to the global, regional, and national knowledge development through writing. African literature is a treasure trove, offering us insights into the history, culture, and aspirations of African people. It is a mirror that reflects on the experiences, struggles, and triumph of our society. Through literature, we can explore the depth of human emotions, challenge society norms, and foster the deep understanding of our shared humanity. It plays an important role in fostering cultural exchange, and as a bridge, literature has allowed people from different backgrounds to understand and appreciate the continent's diverse culture, traditions, and perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, from a classic work to contemporary masterpieces, African literature has gifted the world with a myriad of stories, each carrying its own unique voice and perspective. These narratives represent the vibrancy and dynamism of our culture, encouraging a dialogue that bridges our differences and nurtures empathy and understanding. It celebrates diversity, amplifies marginalized voices, and provides a platform for inclusivity, breaking barriers of language, race, and culture, hence championing diversity and inclusivity. It is through literature that we connect with the essence of our being, fostering a deep appreciation for our shared history and heritage. African literature has paved the way for a literary renaissance, weaving through threads of tradition and platform that helps amplifying the reach of our literary works. I met some people in Morocco and Egypt, and Egypt is now reigniting the second rebirth of knowledge, the second renaissance is being ignited there. They put up 1,000 young men and women who had completed their studies, locked them in some place and told them to think about a city of their generation, and gave them a timeline. It is a desert where they were locked up, but they had picked brains from across Egypt. So these men were given some time, and after that, they drew what their new city would be called and what it would look like. Egypt put aside money and it built the city. Now there is a new city of a new generation. And in one of their thinkings were a new rebirth of knowledge. The other civilization era which they started said that one is now archaic. We have to bring on board a new rebirth of knowledge. So they invited some of us, African countries, say you were part of us in rebuilding the civilization. So we have to start it together. And I think you are the kind of crop that would have tapped into that kind of ideology because you are capable of fostering it further. Thank you. So by collaborating and embracing innovation, we can inspire the next generation of writers and create an even more vibrant literary ecosystem. We have to celebrate values. We have to celebrate knowledge and wisdom. Of late, you know how our politics is. It's about who dances best. It's about who talks more. It's about who insults more. It's about visibility. It's about associating with the less knowledgeable, vulnerable, and all that. But what do you have to offer to a national platform if your ideas and ideology is this of pulling each other back And now you can see the kind of crop we bring on that table of decision making is reflected in what they do. Somebody uses microphone, which is responsible for making deliberations that can move the country forward. He only wants to use that as a platform of boxing. You know that boxing ring is what Parliament is being turned to. Using public resources, hard-earned money from taxpayers. Those who are earning, those who are paying the tax, including my grandmother over there, including the woman who is just selling bananas on the street, including those who are selling only a cob of maize. He's paying a tax for me to be in Parliament to deliberate on his behalf. Shame for those who are just walking away in time instead of taking valuable time to deliberate on issues that can bring development. Shame to those who just abandon Parliament and are sitting back home to just earn a salary which they have not worked for. Shame to those who are using their positionality of influencing the young people, manipulating them to get into a platform where they are not going to represent them, to tap into the resources of government, to add value or contribution on their behalf, to make them better. Because these young people vote them with the trust that you are part of them, therefore you represent their interests. But eventually, somebody steps on their ladder and does not reflect the image of that society. And that, I think, is important. We begin condemning them in our write-ups. And we act stories. So now, people are hiring bloggers who are going to abuse and defame somebody for me. So and so, because he's now looking a bit old, instead of tapping into his skills and wisdom, you are looking at how the shape is looking now of late. But that shape is blessed with a lot of wisdom, a lot of skill, a lot of investment. So you only want to look at the hair, style, and defame her, and that one should be abandoned. So I'd look at one who is of your age and field that one, even if she's not going to earn anything for you. That is why we come together here in a quiet place and in our unique smallness and celebrate the unique work that has a lot of value for us, but also for the future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us pause and reflect on the power of literature, the power of African literature. I know for sure Africans used to transit their knowledge through word of mouth. They were not writing. Even when contemporary development and other influential tribes and maybe ethnics have come to disempower the Africans, culture will never die. Our heritage can never die. So the strength was the word of mouth. Africans talk, and we can really talk. The worst you can do is to deny somebody a microphone or an opportunity to speak. So with that, we have educated our people and we have translated our ways of life. But documenting them is critically important within this contemporary life where everybody is going to live alone because of digitalization. And you take the space. When I was writing my thesis, I wanted to understand the status of women before colonialism. Specifically, women in leadership before colonialism. I got to realize that before colonialism, an African woman was better placed before the foreign religions came. So religions amplified oppression of women. And we continue to preach it. be submissive, be this. But why don't you allow me to argue? Why do I just submit to an authority which has not given me a satisfaction that you are right, we are taking the right direction? And that's what we are challenging. Let us debate these matters. If you have a good idea today, maybe you will have a wrong one tomorrow. And if I have a better one, put it on the table. Let us follow this direction. That's what democracy is about. And not oppression. So, but that literature was not written by many people. So I could only quote 1, 2, 3 people until I started writing my own things the way I felt. And no one could refute them because there was no other person's literature. So mine becomes the literature now. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody takes pride in who he is. And we can start from now. There's no reason whatsoever. And now, in our ways of work, in the Ministry of Culture and Gender, we are looking at how to move to traditional institutions, cultural institutions, and religious institutions. Pull out some of the things that continue to undermine women and other vulnerable persons, including young people. Pull them out, deliberately put them aside, and preach the ones that are going to move us into development, into unity. We need also to think about the African language. In Uganda, we have 65 different communities. How are we going to speak all that different 65 languages and speak sense and be understood once somebody speaks one word that is of wisdom? So we need to have an African language that unites all of us. That does not remove you are being a Muganda or you are being a Mnyankore and speak in the same language, but have one language in which you communicate. So yesterday, but when I was in Nairobi, when I was in Tanzania, I congratulated them because we had 3 translations: English, Swahili, and French. So these ministers, do you think they did not know English? But they insisted on speaking their Kiswahili, and another person would translate. No matter how much you provoked them, they insisted on their Kiswahili. And I'm proud to be a Kiswahili teacher. Because this African language is now accredited internationally, it's spoken by 200 million people. It is one language that at least about 7 different countries speak. So, embracing it has no loss to our original languages and tradition. It has more profit, isn't it? It has more profit than the losses it makes. So, my dear writers, learn some bit of Kiswahili and please promote it. Let's promote unity as well. Unity and diversity is critically important. Let's promote gender equality and promote industrialization. That's when we shall move. As I conclude, I call upon all stakeholders to continue supporting African literature, whether through reading, promoting diverse voices, supporting local initiatives, or advocating for greater representation in literary space worldwide. Thank you all of you for joining this morning's celebration of African literature. May this occasion serve as a beacon of inspiration, reminding us of the remarkable impact that literature can have on our lives and on our society. Once again, I wish to thank Fem Rights Uganda, Women Writers Association, for organizing this forum and all participants for the fruitful deliberations. My ministry is always open to offer policy and technical guidance in the area of culture. I am sure this was opened yesterday, so kindly, okay, if it was not, let me take this pleasure and honor to officially open this conference, and God bless you. And thank you for gifting me. Thank you for the gift you offered to me. May God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mutuzo. We've been honored not just by your presence, but by your wisdom and guidance that you've given us in your speech. We now know that we should be able to adjust to technology, to digitize everything that we are doing, especially for this generation. We also now know that we should also be working towards a language that people understand and that which encompasses the whole of Africa. And I'm glad to say that even Swahili has crossed the borders. I've seen people coming from Europe and they're also speaking Swahili. So we take those words, and we are also happy to hear that you're advancing the Ministry of Culture, and you're going beyond. When we hear you talking of committees and all that, and then you bring in our component as writers, we have a lot of hope, and which also builds to our bid for the fund that which Honorable Karoro talked about. Now, as FemRight, we have been dreaming. It has been now about 28 years, but we've been dreaming, and starting next year, we are thinking of starting to fundraise for a home. It's time FemRight got a home. Professor was talking about powers. He said we are the most consistent. We are the most consistent FemRight they have worked with among other writers as groups and associations, but we don't have a home. So starting next year, and I'm calling upon everyone here. You see, I told you we are predominantly gender balanced. In FemRight, we say FemRight, but we also have men. Where is Dre? He's here. We have them. They are with us. And so we work together. So starting next year, we are going to have a series of activities. And I want us to all participate and see that we get our own home as FemRight. And I call upon the minister to be there and stand with us through this, and all the other writers and academicians, please join into this cause. So at this moment, I'll call upon Jacob to take us to the next session. Jacob.
Thank you so very much. So I will humbly request the Executive Director of FemRight to lead the Minister and Honorable Mary Karoro Krot and Representative Kyambogo Dr. Nachuola back to the audience. Then we bring a panel to discuss both the keynote and a few other things related. So thank you so very, very much. The minister has highlighted and emphasized that writing is not fun, it's not jokes, it's a strong commitment. Take that home. She has said something, I've quoted it, the government will definitely support you. Remind her next time, please. So we are going to invite the next panel, led by Professor James Hodop, who will introduce the different people on this particular panel. So this panel was long. We shall, I think, cheat a little of your lunchtime, but we shall cover it up, please. So, Dr. Hodop, I think you're going to introduce the different people. So let me take the privilege to introduce you. So Professor James Hodop Michael Hodap is an associate professor and the chairperson of the Africana Studies Minor Faculty Committee Liberal Arts Program at Northwestern University in Qatar. Yesterday we were privileged to listen to him talk about Abdrazak Guna's work, and as you know, a transnational author asking us to disease it, containerizing him in a particular space, saying he can be both African and other things. And that was very great, insightful. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we have, I'm going to butcher every single person's name, and I apologize in advance. It's not a lack of respect. Hilmar Heister, Hadija Natasha Sabunya, Dr. Sister Teresa Nadambe. I told you. Ephantus Kamhuro, and I can't tell if there's another person in this. And then Dr. Ichikubu Ebuta. Trust me, there's nothing funnier than watching a white guy mispronounce a bunch of African names. I've been doing it for a long time. And I believe, I don't know if this person is online or not, Elisam Magara. And anyway, they can introduce themselves, I'm sure, much better than I can. But I believe that we're just going to go in the order that is on the in the program. So Hilmar Heister would be first. And as was mentioned, we didn't get a chance to do a Q&A with Godwin on his keynote, so we'll kind of do it all together at the end for questions for the panelists and for Godwin. So take it away.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Professor.
How long is this supposed to be?
7 minutes? No, please. I'm aiming for 10 minutes, yeah.
I'll let you know.
I'll try hard. Okay. Hello, how are you? Good day. Hatujambo? Hatujambo? Okay, good. I'm Dr. Hilmar Heister. I come from St. Augustine University in Mwanza, Tanzania. I'm a German born, and I'm still a German, but I'm living in Tanzania. My presentation is looking at how the colonial powers are represented in Gorna's two novels, Paradise from 1994 and Afterlives from 2021. On this picture, Michael Johnson. On the first picture, on the cover picture, you will see a troupe of a war safari Askari company. It's from 1914. But it's something what I would imagine looks like the Oberleutnant and the Feldwebel and the medical officer and Hamza and the troop of Askaris moving out to war. I'm giving you a visual commentary to, number one, fill in the blanks that the text doesn't provide, following the minister's appeal to be more visual, and secondly, to allow us to gaze back at those colonial powers. We all know the colonial gaze. It's going to be part of this. All right. This is a German riding a cow. It's in Southwest Africa, so I'm being a bit liberal in choosing these pictures. The process of othering is well known to anybody who does post-colonial studies, and it also plays a role in the works of Gurna. Yesterday we heard about it, and I read another research which studies how othering has affected the protagonists of these novels and the population in general, meaning that they had been othered by the colonial powers. I try to step into dialogue with this, and I invert the perspective. I think Gurna, in a very subtle and smart way, has turned it around. He is now othering the colonials, and he's allowing his protagonists to gaze back at them. There are several instances in these two novels where this colonial gaze is staged in both directions. The colonials looking at the protagonists and the protagonists looking back. This is a picture of colonials in their different uniforms in different parts of Africa and their different ranks. This is again just visual commentary. The second paragraph of Paradise opens with Yusuf looking at two Europeans at the train station. And this is already a staging of a reversal of the colonial gaze. It's the protagonist who gazes and the colonial who gazes back. He saw two Europeans on the railway platform at that time, the first he had ever seen. He was not frightened, not at first. I skip a bit to the description. The man's face was mottled with red, and as his eyes moved slowly over the cramped landscape of the station, taking in the locked wooden storehouses and the huge yellow flag with its picture of a glaring black bird, that would be the German colonial flag, Yusuf was able to take a long look at him. Then he turned and saw Yusuf staring. The man glanced away at first, and then looked back at Yusuf for a long moment. Yusuf could not tear his eyes away. Suddenly, the man bared his teeth in an involuntary snarl, curling his fingers in an inexplicable way. Yusuf heeded the warning and fled, muttering the words he had been taught to say when he required sudden and unexpected help from God. So this is the first time that we see him seeing the German colonial settlers, and they stare back. In this short scene, you can see staged the relations that they have to each other, or the response of the colonials. Initial dismissal, glancing away, followed by a direct challenge, staring at him, and then ending with a threatening display of aggression. I like to think he's doing something like a tiger, but I'm not sure. The man appeared to Yusuf carved out of a single piece of wood. It's kind of a monolithic statue, and Yusuf is clearly impressed and fascinated. If we look at afterlives, we have some of these, the staring is something that is very prominent in the relationship of the Oberleutnant and Hamza. The Oberleutnant takes extreme interest in Yusuf and is often dreamily staring at him. Let me share the quote. Hamza came to sense a certain stillness at times when he was near the officer, and he knew that if he looked, he would find those eyes fixed on him in that same way. It was an insolent and intrusive inspection, leaving him with no choice but to allow himself to be scrutinized at such length, to be viewed as if he were incapable of returning that gaze. He learned not to look. Later we find out that the Oberstleutnant is in part fascinated by Hamza because he reminds him of his younger brother. It's kind of a wonderful transracial construction. And a comment from a researcher, Branach Kallas, says the officer's surveilling gaze is reminiscent of Frantz Fanon's classic observations about the power of the racial gaze, which produces the African as the absolute other, a gaze that humiliates and questions the humanity of the black person. Here's a picture of somebody who I think could look like Feldwebel Walter, the man who slashes Hamza. Naturally, these are not the precise people that Gona is using, but this could be somebody like him. Jacobs and Steinwall are two references I use frequently in this section. He analyzed that Gona's style of narrative focalization, which means through whose eyes are we seeing things, shows similar accomplishment as Conrad in Heart of Darkness. Jacobs does a very detailed analysis of a scene of Conrad and applies that to Gona as well. Joseph Conrad's infamous narrative allows no identification with the indigenous people. That's one thing it's infamous for. And Gona similarly prevents identification with the colonizers. That's why I'm saying ghostly presence. They are there, but they are not really fleshed out characters. Gona's application of othering represents a narrative reversal and revision of Conrad's colonial gaze from a post-colonial position. And Judy Newman comments, quoted by Jacobs, in intertextual revisionings of classic colonial texts, Afterlife is more than that, but it is also that. Post-colonial novelists reposition the novel in relation to its point of origin or historical position, so that they can repossess their own stories and take control of their own reality, and are, through their self-consciousness, politically more effective than representational or nationalistic works. Yeah. Now I have to start running. Here you see some of the power that might have impressed the people who were seeing this for the first time. This is a picture of natives carrying German guns through the landscape. And the Germans are represented in various allusions. In Paradise in particular, it's often of a mythical quality. They are said that they hung people for not listening, they cut off their stones, I think you know what that means. They were afraid of nothing, and they could put their hands into blazing fire without getting burnt. They have heard the German has a head of iron. They have weapons which can destroy a whole town in one blow. I think you can imagine that gun can do serious damage. Steinwall simply comments, fear is in the air every time that the Europeans are mentioned in the novel. This is actually in Uganda, where the Germans were attacking train supplies for the British. This is under Leto Forbeck. We keep hearing these rumors. Their spit is poisonous, it burns the flesh. A European fell down dead and another one came and breathed back life into him. They are amazing. We are told they can eat metal. And if they can eat metal, why shouldn't they be able to eat us and the whole of Earth? Sometimes it feels like that what they are still doing, eating the whole of the Earth. So through this reduced representation of only giving like mythical allusions to them, the German characters are not really very present. They are just like stand-in characters who represent this colonial background. What is very real is the fear of that power and the first effects of it. As we already heard, that caravan is one of the last to go in that direction. Here's a picture of what the Germans imagined was Deutsch Ostafrika. And in Afterlives, the tack changes a bit. The characters now have dialogue. In Paradise, you will have trouble finding dialogue of the colonial people. I think the only time is when, at the encounter in Chatu, and the only line he says is, "Are you Chatu?" After that, everything is either translated or indirectly reported. Yeah, the time is up, right? Okay. So I think this is a subtle and clever way of turning around the othering process and making the colonials more or less caricatures, especially in Paradise. I won't read the descriptions since the time is up, but the descriptions often go into the tone of caricature, making them look particularly ugly or funny. I have several examples of that. So the trope of the colonial gaze is repeated, and it's a mirroring of the opening scene, but now Yusuf is watching from behind a wooden board, and he can decide what he does in this situation. The previous situation, he was fleeing and running away. So I'll skip this scene. This is the scene where the person appears in Chatu, and it's quite funny. Within 3 sentences, there's a tent. He's eating his lunch, and he says, yes, come. Okay, give back the stuff. Finished. And suddenly the whole fate of Aziz and his trading company is changed for the better. It's a bit like a Deus ex machina motif. Yeah. And in conclusion, I hope I can have a minute for that. I feel like the colonial powers are something like white noise in these novels. They are there, and they are annoying, and they are bothersome, but they don't really take a concrete shape. So firstly, they remain a background noise, first in Paradise, distorted in myths, and then in Paradise it becomes a historical framework where all the uprisings and the different war actions are depicted. Just a reminder, the whole war scene of Hamza with the Oberleutnant is only part 2 of that novel. It has 4 parts, and only part 2 actually shows him traveling with that troop. Number 2, the colonial characters don't have much action. They don't really do much. That guy in Chatu, he intervenes like a god, and Feldwebel Walter slashes Hamza. And then they bring him to the mission, and the mission people heal him. But again, they are not very active characters. And their speech is mostly reported. In Afterlives there's more dialogue, but it is still very limited. And the focus is always on the protagonist. So whatever is told about the colonial characters, it only is told in so far as it matters to what the protagonist is doing. And if they are described, it is in the spirit of caricature. In Afterlives, it becomes brief sketches. And with that, I am finished. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Hadija. Let's just save the questions for the end so we can move it along, yeah.
My topic was migration in African literature, and my title was Has the Fire Produced Only Ash? It was a literary discussion on the impact of migration based on the questions raised by Okot Pibitek in Song of Lawino and Song of Okol, and answered by the Transcendent Life of Abdul Razak Gurna. I'm just learning the correct pronunciation, Swahili speakers, you forgive me. So, has the fire produced ash? Has the bull died without head? A certain man has no millet field. He lives on borrowed food. He borrows the clothes he wears and the ideas in his head, and his actions and behaviors are to please someone else. This is an extract for My Husband's House is a Dark Forest of Books from the Song of Lawino. Well, I know my identity, which is that I am a man from Zanzibar who lives in the UK, and I write. This is my identity. I don't say I'm an African writer or I'm a British writer or whatever. I'm from Zanzibar and I live in the UK. I'm from both of these places in any possible way you can think of. This is an extract taken from the front line. It's Abdul Razak Gurna talking. In 1966, Okot with his singular debut asked supposed post-colonial subjects whether migration to the metropolitan center of the empire has the potential to put out our fire and reduce us to ash. Okol, the son of a chief, a classical representation of mobility and migration, leaves Acholi land, which was the pinnacle of success in 1960s Uganda and is perhaps still so for many. Upon completion of his Western education, he chooses a cultural apostasy, rejecting his former rural life with its epistemologies, ethics, and ceremonies as beneath his new identity. His relationship with his wife suffers as his understanding of even beauty shifts to the metric of whiteness. The conclusion is that Okol is a fool, battling with a squatting white man in his head and paralyzed in a psyche and therefore action to perform to the tunings of his understandings, effectively internally colonized. In 1986, Acholi land would be ravaged for close to 2 decades with constant wars that displaced Lawino's people in camps and the more privileged into the diaspora. Migration was a certainty for survival, but the importance of connection and social cohesion remains. Abdul Razak, who in the 1950s escaped Zanzibar, pushed out by the political climate, is an antithesis of a core. Fully aware of what he has left behind and grappling with it exhaustively enough in literary texts that he grabs the attention of the Nobel, Abdul Razak has managed to transcend the imagination of the white man, preserve his way of seeing by calming the contradictions of historical identities as himself an Arab within Tanzania and a refugee in Britain, to surpass even the limitations of abstractions like nations and still be able to critique empire and participate in some of the most meaningful decolonial work of our time. So he discusses this a lot in his books, and one of the characters that I thought also managed to achieve this was Khalifa. So Khalifa was not the tutor's only student. There were 4 of them, all Indian boys. They lodged with their teacher, sleeping on the floor in the downstairs hallway under the stairs where they also had their meals. They were never allowed upstairs. The classroom was a small room with mats on the floor and a high barred window, too high for them to see out, although they could smell the drain running past the back of the house. Their tutor kept the room locked after lessons and treated it as a sacred space, which they must sweep and dust every morning before lessons began. They had lessons first thing and then again in the late afternoon before it became too dark. In the early afternoon after his lunch, the tutor always went to sleep, and they did not have lessons in the evening to save our candles. In the hours that were their own, they found work in the market or on the shore or else wandered the streets. Khalifa did not suspect with what nostalgia he would remember those days in later life. This essay compared afterlives and Song of Lawino because I thought that Abdul Razak was an antithesis to what Okot was trying to prevent us from doing. Afterlives, on the other hand, is a generational story of a man who is kidnapped by German soldiers and effectively assists in the colonization of his own people. He returns to find his parents dying and his sisters missing, and while he recognizes the miserable condition that his sister has been relegated to after being orphaned, he seeks out a new war for the German imperial expansion within East Africa. Abdul has authored 10 remarkable novels, each worthwhile of its own paper, and as mentioned above, could never be applauded enough. I considered telling what would be a larger story, but the first lesson from Ghana is his ability to transcend, to zoom into the lives of the people who are always collateral in the logic of war, and have the war as small and forgettable in comparison, and yet still as dictating as the weather of the moment during the more important lives of the people that make the story. Afterlives happens in Tanzania during the 19th and 20th centuries. 3 wars transformed the lives of the characters. First is the colonization of Tanzania, then the Germans' attempts at imperial expansion, which includes a shake-off with Britain, and finally the World War. Yet the characters themselves at no point exhibit a full understanding of the war or are themselves by any meaningful steers of the war. Ilyas, who is kidnapped by Germans when he's younger, is never until it's finally late able to grasp that despite the semblance of civility shown to him in the soft power implementation of colonization, he himself, despite his attempts at assimilation through the loyalty he exhibits to German nationalism, is never fully accepted as human and is eventually sent to his death in a concentration camp. For all the characters, war is an attempt to navigate the structural inequalities that have relegated them to poverty and slavery. The hero of the story ends up being Khalifa, who is able to transcend the internalization of colonization and like Okol. He's not the son of a chief, he's the son of a tax collector with no dreams of conquest beyond the mental freedoms of boyhood and economic emancipation. And while he does not achieve the latter and the next, a great and true love, he works to help Afia and Hamza, 2 other people that come after him. And he is able to navigate the constraints of Islam and prevent his wife from performing it so rigidly that she gets an internalized misogyny. Okay. Sorry, it's hard to rush through in the time. So the book itself is an acceptance of the structural success of colonialism, but an attempt to illustrate how even then we can still do well in the greater aspects of life as Khalifa did. Just like Dr. Anna was saying yesterday, I think the point of what he's saying is that we should reject these larger structural wars, because in effect we're kind of socially dead. But if we can find our lives within the ordinary, there is much more successes like love and being loved and being a better person to the next person and helping them realize a fuller life, even within colonization.
Wow, that was impressive. That was like that was under 10 minutes. You could keep talking if you want to. So, are you, I need my glasses. No, I know, I know who you are. Fontes. Okay, so you're here. Let's, because I think we have two other people, but they're online, and I think you're actually next in order anyway. So,
Good morning. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ephantus Kamuhuro from the University of Embu, Master of Arts Literature candidate. I'm presenting a paper titled Memory and Swahili Aesthetics in Abdurazak Gurna's By the Sea, published in 2001. My co-author is Dr. Justus Makoha from the Department of Literature, Linguistics and Foreign Languages at Kenyatta University in Kenya. He's not here with us today, and he sent his apologies because he is attending a funeral of the wife of the late Professor Asambo Were, Professor of Theatre in Education. And take note, Dr. Makoha and Dr. Asambo Were shared an office, and that's why the family remains in his heart. Accept his apologies. Now, good. So, By the Sea is one of the most remarkable novels by Abdurazak Gurna that is wrought out of a diasporic location in the East African coast, and it depicts a multicultural society that is in transition. It deals with so many issues, including displacement, pain, trauma, and healing. Some of these topics have been researched on. Now, my paper today investigates the centrality of memory and forgetfulness among the Swahili cultures, and how the dual processes of remembering and forgetting shape Abdurazak Gurna's narrative designs in By the Sea. Now, in this paper, memory is treated as both a mnemonic exercise, how it functions as an aesthetic tool, and as a structural device, how it contributes to the overall narrative structure of By the Sea. Now, we cannot talk about memory and fail to mention Maurice Holbach, the collective memories work that was published posthumously in 1950, whose argument augments Jose Van Dyke mediated memories, personal cultural memories, object of cultural analysis, 2007, that argue that individual and collective memories intertwine. Now, that is our argument, and what we are arguing today is that there is always a nexus between memory and how narratives are created. And memory then becomes the foundation in which narratives are created. So memory becomes a very important tool for us. And for this case, we are talking about individual and collective memory because they intertwine. The second thing we are going to argue is the power of silence and how silence is an integral part in remembering and forgetting, just like Alexander de Sigo and Jay Winter argue. They say that memory does not occur in isolation, but is closely connected to the process of forgetting. Now, they challenge the binary view of remembering and forgetting as two binary oppositions. And they say that in between, there is a space, and that this space is occupied by silence. Silence, therefore, becomes an integral part in memory and forgetfulness. When we are looking at this paper, we are talking about memory and Swahili aesthetics. And so, Swahili language then becomes an important tool to help us shape our argument. Why so? Gishohi Nimala 2021 have observed that identity within the East African context often intertwines with the Swahili language, similar to Wahome, who talks about the interplay between identity and language constituting salient characteristics within East African milieu, and Swahili now becomes a unifying force among the various ethnic groups. And to better understand this, we use three Swahili proverbs. Number one, mtenda husahau, mtendwa hasahau, literally translated as the one who inflicts forgets, the one to whom it is done does not forget. And how this is related to By the Sea is that the protagonists recall the indelible markings of colonialism, treachery in their own country, and the dissolution of their personal lives and the ultimate displacement. The next proverb that was guiding us was akili ni mali, that is wisdom is wealth. And in By the Sea, we only connected to the past of our protagonist by memory. Memory is the only conduit that connects us to the past. We're able to traverse widely geographically between present and past through their memories, and that's why now this proverb becomes very integral. The third one is hakuna refu yasiyokuwa na ncha, and this loosely translates as every rope has an end. Now these characters, the primary protagonist at the very end of this text, find closure to their traumas, and they forge friendships in exile through the memories and their past recollections. Now, to go to the business of the day, we are looking at the interplay between memory and forgetting in By the Sea. Now, I am going to look at three characters, Saleh, Omar, Latif, Mahmoud, and we are going to look at Hussein. Now, Saleh, in our view, embodies the act of remembering and forgetting as a means to preserve cultural identity. Saleh, we must agree, he is a repository of knowledge, stories, and Swahili traditions. When he arrives in Europe as an asylum seeker, Saleh is 65 years old. And Saleh is strategically positioned by Abdurazak Gurna in Zanzibar as a trader, where he interacts with so many people. He interacts with foreigners, he interacts with the British, the Persians. And he's prone to the disintegration that happens in Zanzibar, in this island. But his grasp for Swahili traditions, the Swahili history, is testament to the overall now resilience of the Swahili culture. Now, Gurna uses storytelling, narrative technique to delve into the past and into the complexities of Zanzibar culture. And through Saleh's fragmented yet informative memories, we understand the rich tapestry of the Swahili culture. Now, Saleh becomes the custodian of this culture. That is what we have argued. And central to Saleh's memory is what we call intentional forgetfulness, the silence. And silence here, just like Alexander and J. Winter argue, does not necessarily mean absence, but then the space between forgetting and memory. Of importance is Saleh's forgetfulness or silence, intentional forgetfulness or silence does not, it's not optional, it's not by choice. It is one forced by circumstances that he is going through. He's seeking asylum. And so the silence here does not mean his lack of, the absence of, but an interplay between the remembering and forgetting. Now, the other character we're looking at is Hussein. I've strategically positioned Hussein between Saleh and Latif because he's one of the major contributor of the intensifier of their conflict, the conflict that exists between the two. Hussein, in our view, embodies the external forces that are responsible for the disintegration of Zanzibar Island and in general the African continent, that is the colonized. Hussein comes in a very cunning way. He aligns himself with Rajab Shaban Mahmoud, Latif's father, only to rob him his house, his wife's dignity. His wife actually offered herself to Hussein so that Hussein can now stop bothering her son. And finally, robbing off his son. All right, thank you. 2 minutes. Now, though Saleh and Latif's conflict got down generations, Hussein intensified and becomes a shared memory between Saleh and Latif. I'll have to hurry. The final character is Latif Mahmoud, who is a younger character but represents an intergenerational transmission of memory. He does not remember much. His memories are faint, and we have to rely on Saleh to remind him of his own past. He also embodies cultural erosion, and one who is caught between the allures of the past and the uncertainties of the present. First, he decides to cut off himself from the people and attempts to forge a new identity. He even secures a job as a lecturer. But he is wallowing in loneliness and is shaken from his comfort after he's called a grinning blackamoor by a white that he encounters. Now, I'll have to shift a bit. So the other thing we are looking at is the interplay between individual and collective memory. Remember, the first one was the interplay between memory and forgetfulness. Now this one is the interplay between individual and collective memory. So Saleh's memories, we argued that replicate the collective traumas of British colonialism and slavery and the harrowing experiences of refugees and people in diasporic locations. The Zanzibar is presented as a contested zone, attracting so many people, and the sea becomes a battleground in which the future of Zanzibar would then be decided by these people. So apart from now, by the sea presenting memory and forgetfulness as two interplaying entities, we would say this, that the narrative technique in Gurna, and this is my conclusion, is a little bit fragmented. The narrative technique is fragmented, and you have to follow closely for you to understand the text. And this replicates how the human mind, the human psyche works. So apart from Abdulrazak Gurna commenting about the Zanzibar Island and the fragmentation, we also rely so much on the human mind in order to understand this fragmentation and the complexities. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think we now turn to online for, I believe we have, let's see, Dr. Ebuta? Is that somewhere in there? Yeah, there, I see at the bottom right there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Buta is here. Good morning from this part of the world, and good afternoon for the people over there. Yeah. Yep. Hello?
We can sort of hear you, but also it's coming in and out.
Yeah, can you hear me? Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon from your side, and good morning from Nigeria. My name is
So we seem to be having a problem hearing you. I don't know. I don't know if you can hear us. But maybe what we could do is we could mute him and hopefully come back to him after the next presenter, and hopefully we'll have better luck with the internet connection. So can we just switch right now to Dr. Magara, whoever the Zoom powers it be, who be at the back of the room.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Magara, can you hear? Yes.
I want to project. Can you allow me project?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Professor Sam Magara. I'm here in Nairobi. I was supposed to attend physically, but the program could not allow me. But me and my colleague are doing a study on the place of oral history. It is a big study as a tool of oral history, as a tool of socio-economic transformation. But this is a part of what we have so far provided in the study. My colleagues are from Africa International University, Professor James Nkasa and Dr. Nathan Joshua, here in Nairobi. I will just briefly just give you an introduction. Definitely I don't need to read it. But oral history is an invaluable source of evidence for any understanding, for any study, and enhancing the sharing of the experiences using the oral history is part and parcel and contributes to any contemporary writing. It is an important tool for transformation and the development of culture, historical, and any other area, religious, and so on, as provides a source of information. Oral history, I take it as a general tree umbrella term, which I look at it in three perspectives. We look at it as a collection of cultural heritage, things that have been used as far as the content is concerned. But we also look at the cultural history, which looks at the form in which the presentation is made. Is it a poem? Is it a story? And so on. And then, which is very important for Africa, is the practice, the process. That is the process of inquiry into the memories. For example, when you are writing a recollection and biography is also taken as part of the oral history. On the other hand is that I want to look at it in the form. We have to look at it in this way. The tree oral history, in the documentation nature, where do we see this oral history? I take the oral history to be the father of any information that exists. It has to start from the oral form or from the object that has happened, that has come into existence. And then when the object exists, something is thought, something is prophesied, something is given as a proverb, something is talked about a person, then a record is made. And then later we have what we call, what we write about it, the books and the publications and accessibility. And as the minister was saying, now it becomes the Holy Spirit there, where you have somebody starts saying that he reads your biography and then sends according to His Excellency William Seven. This is what he says. He has just picked one sentence from your book, and now it becomes a moving element. So all those are oral histories. But we need to know that these days, when any scholar, politician, or a learned person, you cannot claim that you are a scholar when you have not written work. You cannot convince anybody that you are a philosopher. But we need to note that our grandfather, the Socrates, the Jesus that we follow, and they didn't write, but their writings, their sayings are being part and parcel of the development of the globe, and we refer to them when we want to claim some wisdom that we know about this because Socrates said like this. So, but we take note that his student Socrates, for example, also had at first was claiming that oral history was not very important, claiming that, writing was not important, but claiming that when something remains oral, it makes somebody to claim it, to work for it, to do it, and saying that writing books, they become books will not be talking. It becomes a product but doesn't talk. But he used that sense to promote his academy, the Pratt Academy. I was there in 2014, and you find people there having their promoting what they have written. But writing became very important post Second World War. The oral history guided the planning and implementation, and after independence, the nature and demand of records was needed, and therefore there was a need of documentation. This is a documentation by the Athens National Library where I visited, and they document a document from its origin. They follow it, how it developed up to the end, how the developments that are taking place. This was an example of World War II, that there was a newspaper article which appeared in a German newspaper, and they tracked it from who said it, how it was written, what effect it had, and the development that happened, which I thought was an important form of promoting oral history and whatever comes from to it. But then we know that as development went on, now we promoted the documentation and the preservation. The Africana concept came in Africa, and we kept records or books about Africa on Africa. And we promoted the storage, the preservation, the usage, the indexing, and whichever in different forms. That's where the development of public libraries, the development of national libraries, the development of archives that helped to preserve whatever happened or whatever was happening, which also contributed much to Africa. So that's why you see many different countries have well-stocked national libraries, well-stocked national museums, stocked national archives. I will talk about to the end of what we are doing in Uganda, whether what we are doing is the right one. So, one of the questions that we are asking, we have part of the study we are doing in Western Uganda, in Banyankole. We say, what kind of oral history practices are you is working in, or are you involved in? So we have identified different oral history. We have seen some life histories and narratives. We have seen the proverbs. Many people have written proverbs. about the proverbs. James Tumsima has compiled. We have Makasis Rose and Asima have compiled. We have people. We have there is another one who compiled the proverbs. The Seyete, who is was Mfungu Umunyankore Ruchiga was the father Reverend. So we have looked at all those. We have also at also the recitations. Some people have written about them, but there are so many. And then the riddles. What was interesting as I have been compiling is that riddles have been one of the common things that we used to do when we were still young, but it is available in a book called Nishoma, which Nishoma is a book that is taught in primary. But when you go and ask people those riddles, it is hard to see that they still remember. So
Professor,
it means that when you leave
Professor,
the school,
Professor Magana,
yes?
sorry, I'm. Excuse me for interrupting you. We got about 2 more minutes for your presentation before we need
Okay.
to move
So
on. Thank you. I
wanted to
apologize.
share
I
how,
know
for
it's
example,
awkward.
yes, in Ankole we tell the folk tale, how we tell the tales. When you are telling a story, you have to people have to repeat. We are getting those scenarios and also how the recitations are made and some recitations. But as I finish, what is the African challenge? So some of the things have been said. The generation gap is a big problem. The traditional skills, as the minister said when he was in the US, about they don't know how to tell stories, how to do what. Then the disregard of the wisdom. Young people think that they are aware. So here I've compiled some of the books that we have looked through to see what extent. The gap that we are seeing, whereas all these people have written about these stories, but they just write, okay, somebody said these are proverbs, but we want to see the proverbs in what you are saying. If you are proverbs of discipline, let it be an action. If you are disciplining a child, disciplining with that proverb. If you are writing a book, and you want to bring that proverb of that recitation, then you should be able to provide it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the recommendation is that we should have revive this. We put up frameworks in which we can have those stories. Put up the forums where we can meet the parents, the children, and revive the use of this in different scenarios. Thank you very much, since my time is gone.
Great. Thank you so much, and sorry for the prompt. So are we going to try to go back to Dr. Buta? I don't know if we have an improved situation. Do we know if he is on the Zoom meeting? Yeah, maybe go to the gallery so we can see everybody. I don't see him. Does anyone else see him? Okay. Well, maybe he'll be back. Maybe not. Let's get on with the questions then. Is that... Just a reminder, keynote questions still very much on the table. We have not forgotten about Godwin. It would seem like it was a while ago, but we're all still there. Actually, I wanted to start, and I'm going to take the power of the the moderator, to ask you a question, Godwin, about your about your keynote. So there's a lot of critique, as you point out in Gurna, fathers, false fathers, and I wondered, to what degree do you think Gurna is kind of, I mean, he's critiquing patriarchy kind of writ large, but to what degree do you also think he's critiquing the post-colonial state? And in particular, like, we have all of these countries, particularly in East Africa, with the father of the nation, whether that be Kenyatta or, you know, Tanzania's got theirs, and, you know, whatever. And so, you know, Gurna seems highly critical not only of colonialism, pre-colonial, but also the post-colonial. And so I wonder, do you see that critique of fathers as a kind of critique of the post-colonial nation, or even of a critique of those kind of so-called post-colonial fathers of the nation? Do we have a microphone?
So I'm back. I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, that was a question for Godwin.
Should I go first, or maybe we take? Okay. Yes.
Maybe if you can hear me, let me go on with the presentation.
Okay.
Okay, so you're back.
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, go for it. By the way, you have about 10 minutes, and then I'll kind of jump in if you're going over and remind you.
Okay, all right, no problem. Good day. Well, I'm presenting the paper entitled Root Identity as a Post-Colonial Authenticity Crisis in Abdulrazak Gunar's The Last Gift, with my colleague Ndede Obele. So at any point, if you are no longer hearing me, then just call my attention to that. Well, this paper investigates root identity as a post-colonial identity crisis in Abdulrazak Gunar's The Last Gift through the lens of post-colonial literary study as part of the main currents in the study and practice of African literature. Over time, African literature in the 20th and 21st centuries has been seen as containing contradictory impulses. One, towards acceptance or rejection. Two, towards Orientalism or Occidentalism. And the expression of this binary has taken various forms because African fictive characters are portrayed to have emerged from colonialism and have evolved with them a double inheritance, one authenticity and inauthenticity. Well, hybridity is one of the consequences of this dual heritage, creating uncertainty as to where and how root identity is to be ascertained among characters in the novels. In Ghana's The Last Gift, Hannah and Jamal come to a clearer understanding of their root identity, underwritten by the zealous tales which their father, Abbas, planted in the radio tape they received as his metaphorical last gift. Their mother, Miriam, also returned to Exeter to find root into her own identity, having suffered from root identity and its predatory effects. Now, any sincere criticism of African literature offers one of the most important ways in which these root identity and migrant perceptions are expressed, and it is in Ghana that the day-to-day realities experienced by these migrant characters have been alluringly determined. Over time, countries that have had colonial experiences have dual inheritance, and this situation is not automatically remedied by the attainment of independence. Through colonial tutelage, most of these countries have carried with them the cultural experiences which predate colonialism and persisted along the relics of colonialism. This has affected the value system or the acceptance values in the behavioral patterns of characters found in the fictions, either written by these countries or handed to them by the colonial masters as a moral handbook. Oftentimes, some of the fictions written by the former colonized people who live abroad or African diaspora writers portray their own experiences and showcase major characters struggling to become or lost in their own crisis of filiation. Placed on this middle stage are the questions of authenticity, inauthenticity, root identity, migration, and maturation. And theorizing, the question of authenticity is raised by Kierkegaard, Martin Heidegger, and Paul Sartre as a fundamental issue in human existence. Well, authenticity refers to what is formally unique and particular to each individual human. The unique first-person structure of existence, or what Martin Heidegger calls the mindness of being. The concept of authenticity and inauthenticity activate two fundamental modes of existence: a state of forgetfulness of being and a state of mindfulness of being. And to live in the state of forgetfulness of being is to live in a world of things immersed in everyday distraction, absorb idle chatter, and primarily concerned about the way things are. This is what Heidegger refers to as the inauthentic mode of everyday existence. While the inauthentic mode of existence, as we have seen above, involves dwelling in the world without being in control of it. Its opposite is authenticity, and authenticity is its direct opposite. And it means, or it involves, what is formally unique and particular about each human being. Since the oath, according to Martin Heidegger, means own, proper, or peculiar, what is authentic then is what is most my own, what is essentially most proper or peculiar to me, or to an African or to black people writing or living in a white environment. We choose ourselves in order to overcome or transcend those elements of life that we have no choice over, such as parentage, biological makeup, and place of birth. Authenticity here entails that characters in Ghana, the last gift, have been exposed to or have been carried away by the publicness of everyday life, the life that they experience in the United Kingdom, and have thereby become alienated from their own trueness of being. For when the sin translated as human existence occupies itself entirely with its word of care, it gives itself to publicity. And that is what Heidegger calls authenticity. Now, let me go straight to textual analysis, where let me save the time, because this paper these papers subscribe to the position of Bill Astrock, Greg Griffith, and Helen Turpin in the post-colonial studies reader, that the term post-colonial is best used to designate the totality of practices in all their rich diversity, which characterizes the societies of the post-colonial world, from the moment of colonization to the present day, since colonialism does not cease with the mere fact of political independence and continues in new colonial mood to be active in many societies. Now, I'll go straight to the textual analysis of Ghana, Abbas family, and the crisis of filiation. Abbas is the major character in Ghana's The Last Gift. He is portrayed as an immigrant character that lives in exile for 43 years. The novel opens with an insight about Abbas' migrant life, when the narrative first states, and I quote, "One day, long before the troubles, he slipped away without saying a word to anyone and never went back, and then another day, 43 years later." In running away from home, Abbas plunges his family into the crisis of filiation or root identity. This case of unknown identity endures from the beginning of the text through to Abbas' lifetime. The family has only got to have a peephole into their roots through the tape his wife, Miriam, passed on to the children as the metaphorical last gift. Hannah becomes outraged for not knowing a single thing about her own background. That's the character Hannah. And so she is always eager to fight at the slightest mention of root identity. As it is said, an aging is always uncomfortable whenever bone-related issue is being talked about. Even though Hannah and Jamal seem they have they have their own autonomy and have liberated themselves from their immigrant status to the point they can now lead a normal British life. They do not have any sense of belonging because they carry the feeling of lost identity like a snake carries its shell in the manner of the classical Sisyphusian myth. Anna, for instance, preferred to be called Anna instead of Hannah, since it sounds more British. She strives to create the image of a proper English girl. She wants to construct an identity for herself that is proper in Europe, and that is why the narrative voice says, and I quote, she herself, Hannah, preferred to be called Anna, and that was the name she used outside the house. And she has already told her teacher, I hate that name, Hannah. She said, I don't know where they got it from. In talking about your family, the narrative voice says, Hannah used to say to Jamal that they were a strange family, an odd family. Their mother was an abandoned baby who had no idea of her own real parents, and their father never spoke about his. This family lives in this cycle of lost identity in the text. The narrative voice reveals that Abbas never talked to his children about their place of origin, so Hannah is right to have insinuated that they are a strange family. We read from the text, and I have a slightly long quotation here from the text, which says, why do you never talk about your family? Because at least never to do much more than draw a sketchy picture of miserable father and a put upon mother. Sometimes, often, he talked about being a sailor and the countries he visited, or the various bad jobs he had to do over the years before he settled into the one he did for the rest of his life as an engineer in the electronic factory, but never about his family or even about where he came from. When they were younger, Hannah and Jamal asked him in the uncomplicated way of children about where their grandparents were or what they were like, or the questions of that kind. But most of the time, their father brushed their questions aside, sometimes with a smile and sometimes without. We don't want to know about that, he would say. Now and then he would tell them things, spiritual little things, as they seemed to Jamal, but nothing very precise, nothing very concrete. It was as if he spoke out of a reverie, unguided for a few minutes, holding up a fragment of a whimsy before letting it slip away into the blinding light. Quotation closed.
So just so you know, just so you know, we've got like another minute or two for your presentation until we need to move on.
Okay, I think now there both recognize a certain feeling of frustration and filial groping in Hannah, who could not imagine why their parents' identity remains a mystery to them. She broke the cycle of Jamal out of frustration. They are lost, she said. Pa deliberately lost himself a long time ago, and Ma found herself lost from the beginning, a foundling. What I want from them is a story that has a beginning, that is tolerable and open, and not one that is stripped with hesitations and silences. Why is that so difficult? I want to be able to say, this is what I am. Yes, I know. So has every human being who has ever given that matter any thought. But I don't want to crack the mystery of the soul or the nature of being. I just want some simple, boring details. Instead, we get snippets of secret stories we cannot ask about and cannot speak about. I hate this. Sometimes it makes me feel that I am living a life of hiding and shame. That is the extent that these migrant characters, what they suffer, the psychological implication of what they suffer in a land that we can call a strange land because of crisis of filiation, because of lacking their own place of origin. And I want to read another discussion before, please, I know I will take a little bit of time, but then 1 more minute, please. I'm saying here, another scene here where Hannah is seen with a group of people. She went to visit her would-be husband's family. And this is the scene. At the dinner scene with Nick's family, Uncle Dibi pushes Anna a lot about her origin. That's why she is very uncomfortable in their company. She wouldn't want to be part of body to probe into her African origin, or in fact into her filial relationship. The very reason she contemplates on not wanting to marry or bear a child for Nick is because she feels so uncomfortable with Uncle Dibe's constant chasing of her background. She just does not want to keep up with Nick's and live in that internal distress all the rest of her life. Anna's identity and belonging to a British society in Nick's family becomes questionable since her identity is indefinable. She cannot trace her roots. The following conversation speaks volumes, and I quote, "At some point, from her where do you come from? Anna is British. Nick said curtly, answering for her. Anthony made a short, snorting. But what was she before she was British? They were all looking at her, waiting for her to speak, to tell them what her real nation was. She wished she could She wished she had more penance and knew how to charm people she did not like. Where are your parents from, Anna? Uncle Jimmy asked, still kind-lipped, made suspicious by Hannah's silence. My father is from East Africa, Anna said, hating Uncle Jimmy for being an oily old fake and hating herself for being intimidated into a disclosure that she had no faith in. She had almost said, I think, to surprise. And so Uncle Dibi goes on to ask, you don't know where your father comes from? Well, I find this hard to believe. Anna lives in this state of forgetfulness of being in what Heidegger calls inauthentic mode of living. Who were Niche family? Answering Uncle Dibi's, she says, I don't know. Anna repeated, unable to think of anything else to say. Anna is rejecting that position of weakness of being lost. It has become imperative for her to get up with her life, however uncertain and inauthentic her identity. Must own up to her own identity because she must start finding root into her own identity. Because her father white man society, they are relatively lost because they cannot their place of origin. Well, on their own side, on her own side, their mother, Miriam, her own story is a web of filial nightmare. The narrative voice describes how she was fostered from one household to another. This is exactly why Anna returned. Anna was almost running to tears when Nick told her. That's the boyfriend Nick. Sorry for people like you because you don't know how to look after yourselves. Your father was a whinging tyrant, bullying everyone, misery or another, in the grip of psychic crisis, so it seemed. But he only had diabetes, a thoroughly treatable disease, that's all. Your mother was an abandoned baby and doesn't know.
1 minute, he's already more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, now summarily, yeah, can you hear me? Really?
Are we close to the end? Because we
yeah, now in 30 seconds. Yeah, in 30 seconds. Conclusion.
If you could just wrap it up quickly, that would be fantastic.
30 seconds. Yeah. Crisis in Donald the Last Gift leads to the observation of crisis of filiation and exposes the challenges migrant characters face as they live and grow outside their own immediate country. Hannah's attitude portrays the wider African society where effort is made every day by the black race to expunge her origin and fit into or belong to a new society in search of social status. Placed in this middle stage, the Africa is perpetually at loss. It is the conclusion and recommendation of this paper that African migrant characters, and to a very large extent, the narrative life world, should portray characters that stand tall, or what Martin Heidegger calls the minors of being, like Hannah and her brother Jamal. African migrant characters should trace and relocate their roots for them to actually have a well-defined understanding of themselves. It is time Africans moved and owned their authentic selves in writing and in action. Rediscovery and realization are the key characters. And of course, in the life work should aim at and be intentional about. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Godwin, you've had some time to think over the question, so I'll let you respond to that first, and then we'll open it up for questions for everyone else.
Thank you. I'll make it snappy. The question, as I remember it, was to what extent do I think that Gurna is critiquing the post-colonial state? I want to draw on the ideas of Faluinsa in the context of my presentation, as well as the existing theories of the state in Africa, which is, in my view, the primary cause of the problem of the exile in the Zanzibari situation, which impacts on Gurna to the extent of his going into exile. The one thing that we know is that the idea of the state in Africa is founded on the practice of violence at an industrial scale, so much so that when you track the history of contemporary Africa, it entails punctuating different scales of violence which Gurna preoccupies himself with, from the pre-slavery small-scale trade to the trade in human beings during the Indian Ocean slave trade, to colonialism, and most critically to the post-independence implosion in Zanzibar, which of course was framed through variables including race. Now, based on that, and based on the theories advanced by Africanist scholars, or maybe not Africanist, but scholars of the African state, including the likes of Achille Mbembe, the relationship between the post-colonial regimes and the post-colonial reality of identification, I get the impression that it is possible to actually read the image of the father with its foil, that is the father figure, as speaking about the political leadership in many African states. I was a young man just the other day when President Moi used to position himself as my father. He was supposed to be the father of the nation, but also the father of every school-going kid. So much so that every time he would face opposition, the good president would say that whatever painful decisions he's had to make, he makes them for the good of his children, who included everyone else in that country. And I hear a lot of similar rhetoric just across the East African region, perhaps including where we are sitting today. So I may not have forensic evidence to back up what I said, but gleaning what emerges through the whole body of literature by Gurna and many others that I cited, I get the impression that the idea of the family and the father, that biological father, can be read as a prototype of the nation state, complete with the political leadership within those states. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so more questions, if you could just pass the microphone. I think someone next to you has a...
Hello everyone, I really enjoyed these presentations, the keynote, thank you Godwin, but also this panel, thanks everyone. I have a couple of questions for different presenters. I tried to keep it really short. For Godwin, I have a question about positive masculinity. Do we find it, where do we find it in his oeuvre, and what is that about? Do we have real fathers? People who take care of other people? I think there's some, but I would like to hear your opinion. For Hilma, I was convinced totally by your argument about the reversal of the gaze. I'm not entirely convinced by what you claimed that the Germans have very little impact, you know, beyond the violence. And I'm thinking here of the Oberleutnant and the question around Schiller and Das Geheimnis, the secret with which Hamza then woos Afia. So there seems to be a closer connection. And I think the fact that he writes to the pastor's family to try and get leads on Elias's presence, you know, suggests that there is actually an interaction, and perhaps even a positive interaction, that's beyond just them being a foil. Then for Natasha, I was really intrigued by your comment at the end about the everydayness, and I wondered if you could say a little bit more about what that looks like for you in the novel, of people forging beautiful, full lives in spite of, or perhaps within, the conflicts that they find themselves embroiled in. Thank you.
So we've got 3 questions up, so why don't we just go, maybe let's try reverse order. And are you ready to? Yeah.
Oh, it's on. Ha. Okay, so I don't know if you read Afterlives? Yeah, of course you did. Okay, yeah. So there's the character there. I think his name is Khalifa. Yeah, he gets married to this lady who is Muslim, right? And by the creed or the faith, I'm Muslim too. There's some stuff in Islam that, when applied in a strict misogynistic society, can limit someone's existence. But he chooses not to fold her into that existence, and he allows, he relaxes around the Islam. She doesn't, but he does. And I feel like that's kind of how I grew up. I come from a very strict Muslim household, extended family-wise, but my dad kind of relaxed around the Islam and kind of allowed us some sort of femininity, and allowed us to like reinterpret what we thought we could get from Islam. So that's one of the ways. Then the other thing that he does is he employs Hamza. So Hamza comes into work after he's like pretty much an outcast, and he's been rejected by society based off of the like general theme that everybody who went is kind of like a traitor. There's like a lot of mystery around who he is, but he kind of breaks that, and he gives him a job, which is like, you know, and then after giving him a job, he lets him fall in love with the lady that with the lady that he has adopted into his life, and lets them have like love and like a full love story. And it's crazy because they're living in such abject poverty, but he lets them into his house, and like in that like space you can see that they have much more love, and they're able to invent a new kind of freedom. And I've always compared that to what happens when you have people who obsess over titles, and you're like, I really just want to get to the top of something. And on the outside, it looks like you're really doing a lot, but if you really know how power functions, you're really, most of the time, there just participating as a token, and your presence is enough. And the real power, the real, like, you can't really make an impact. But if you kind of move beyond that and kind of like rediscover your agency in very small, minute ways, kind of like Khalifa did, you're able to live a better existence and more meaningful existence, I think, in my opinion. So that's what I got from the story. But maybe that's not what he intended, but that's how I understood the story.
Okay, my turn. Yeah, Tina, you're very right. I revisited afterlives in the past 4 or 5 days, and I discovered there are severe differences between paradise and afterlives in how the colonial powers are represented. The Oberstleutnant teaches him German and gives him the Musen Almanac from Schiller, and so he does have a strong impact on him. But, trick question, do you remember the name of the Oberstleutnant? So, I would still maintain that in spite of him being a larger figure in the impact he has, he still remains pretty opaque. I don't know his brother's name. The guy at the Kilemba mission, he's called maybe Hartmann, but I'm not sure. I think one of his daughters called Lotte and one is called Lisa, but I'm not sure. So they all remain rather kind of vague personalities. So yes, the impact that they have becomes far more significant than in Paradise. In Paradise it's really just punctual, but here the influence is much bigger and their presence is much bigger, but they still remain pretty vague characters. They get a bit more description, they get some more emotions, he gets angry when they start losing the fights and it's shown, they have more discussions, so you get a bit more of a feeling that they are psychological beings, but they are still pretty vacuous, and so I think that's what I was heading for. But you're certainly right, the impact is much stronger in afterlives, as is their presence, so it's a significant shift there. I hope that answers.
I have the mic. Can I? Yeah, can I?
I think we had a question.
Oh.
We have one more question, and then we'll go to you. I mean, an answer to a question.
Thank you, Tina, for your question. Whether we have positively masculine fathers who are not false fathers and who are not whatever I discussed. I think there are, and a good number of them, in fact, even within the text or the texts that I study. Now, because my interest was on how fatherhood at the household level reflects or refracts the national politics, I tended to focus only on those who fall short of the normative expectations of fatherhood. And perhaps that is why I ended up getting the impression, which is not the intended one, that fatherhood is a calamitous thing. It's not entirely that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have two questions, one for Professor Magara and the other for Dr. Heister. The first question to Professor Magara is about the role of accuracy in oral history and the fact that it has been denied that space and how much that affects the messages, people's identities, and how it shapes the events of our history. I'll give you an example on one famous incident in Uganda's history. That's the death of Bishop Huntington. There are two theories to his death. One says that Mwanga said, based on oral, Mwanga said Bamute, and the other theory says that he said Bamute. So we really don't know. We are basing on oral history to judge on who was wrong or right. And for me, that's where the concern is, because messages are being distorted, and one way or another we end up believing what the person who has the power to tell the story tells us. And so my question is, how much inaccuracy can be, is acceptable and is safe in oral history, so that we can continue to embrace it, respect it, and I do respect it, but how much of inaccuracy is safe for it to be still appealing and not be questioned. The other, I don't know if I've made myself clear. But still, no, it's about accuracy, because when someone has written their thoughts or their order, it can't be disputed. But the inaccuracy in oral, one meant to release him, the other to kill him. So if he had no one accurate in so many ways, the messages and the message ends up being distorted. All people have different interpretations of it, and therefore sometimes we can't rely on it to tell us that what really happened, or what happened. I don't know if I've made myself clear on that. And so, okay. The other question goes to Dr. I wrote it down. I just want to know your opinion on Guna's style when he presents the oppressed with a voice and then the oppressor with action. And that comes out in two of his novels, The Paradise and After Lies. And so I just want to know, in the art of storytelling, the role of power in the art of storytelling and what it does. And so I guess my question to you here is, where does that leave power in this role of in this role of, of storytelling? Because the powerful person in this case is not given a voice, but their actions are evident and they are historical, and we experience them up to today. So I just want to know your take on that style, when he takes away that power of story, of the voice, when he denies the oppressor the voice. And yet we know that the more power one has, the more they are most likely to tell that story. And that story is most likely to be believed. But in his works, he denies the oppressor the voice. So I just want to know. Yeah.
We have a few minutes, so we can go for lunch.
Let's have the answers to the questions, though, right? So, Professor Magara, you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much. The person who asked, I didn't capture the name. I think when we are talking about any message, there is always noise. And in this case, is that there is a check that you can have to use when you are verifying the message. There is circumstances in which the message is communicated, because what was he saying, Mute? What was the situation? What was the circumstances? What was there should be a background to that. So verifying, you don't just verifying by the content of that was said, but there is a process, there is something that was being message which was being said. So to me, that's what I would use to verify such a message. But I have taken note. I think this is a measure that we need to put in our study. How do we verify? How do we know that this identify the accuracy, which is an important attribute that you have raised. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, about the style and the power. Let me start with the power. In Paradise, the only time the colonials exercise power is that scene in Chatu, and they save Aziz and his merchant company and save them from losing everything. That's the only moment. At the end, Yusuf decides, without being forced, that he wants to run away from stealing that woman from the house, and instead he joins the forces. In Afterlives it's different. The power is felt, it is told, it is historically framed and everything. So I think there's a big difference in those two novels of how the power actually impacts the characters. So no doubt Hamza is very severely impacted by the way he's treated in the military, despite having joined out of his free will. As for style, I think it can simply be reduced to two stylistic tools. The one is focalization. Whose eyes are we looking through? And it's always the eyes of the main characters. We never look through the eyes of the colonials. We don't know what they think, we don't know what they are seeing, we don't know how they perceive things. And I think that's quite a nice achievement that these both novels have. It's the protagonist's story, it's never the story of those colonial people. So focalization, and number two, I think it's a tricky way that Gorna uses reporting speech. So if you report speech, you can report speech directly. He said, who are you? Or you can say indirect speech. He was asking them who they are or who he is. That's indirect speech, and it can even be free indirect speech. So there are different gradings of how you report speech, and for me, I still have to go into all the details, but I think in Paradise it's very apparent the colonials don't speak except through interpreters or indirect speech. A lot of it is free indirect speech, which means somebody says what somebody else says, without quotation marks, without anything. In Paradise it shifts. They have a lot more speech. The pastor in Kilemba has a longer speech, and the wife of the pastor talks to Hamza. The Oberleutnant has several dialogue scenes with him. The Feldwebel shouts some things. And then in the final part where Ilyas goes to Germany to find out more about Ilyas, there's also some dialogue. But still, it's very reduced, and they don't get a lot of things to say. So I think that's kind of the simple trick. You take away the voice by taking away the direct speech. It's a short answer. It doesn't cover everything, but let it stand as that.
Yeah, I'll hand it over to...
Let's give the panel a clap, and thank you, Professor James, for moderating this. Thank you, Adija and Professor Hilma Efantas, and the ones online, Dr. Magara and Dr. Ikechukwu. So right now we are going to go for lunch, and we should be back by 3. Should be back by 3 here. Now they will know us by our tags, because we had an influx. If you didn't pick your tag, make sure, or if you're not wearing it, make sure you wear your tag. Except for the technical people, they're the ones who will be given some coupons, the systems operators, and I think the custodian. So I wish you a great lunch. Enjoy yourself. Yesterday it was tasty. I can't imagine what it's like today. So I wish you the best, and see you at 3.
Be sure to reserve some lunch for those online. So that we have something to eat too.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
They can actually send us the menu.
Yes, let me go for lunch.
That would be fun.
Could we know those who are going to present?
Are they taking the lunch on our behalf?
That would be trouble if they do.
They should have listed told us the presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Edison Magara. Oh, my brother, Ka. Thank you, man.
The recording stopped.
Darling, I hope you are not going to take the meal on our behalf.
Brother, may we see what it happen now. Greetings. Greetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Justice.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Professor Magara, thank you for the.
Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. So for you are not going for lunch.
We are not going for lunch, but we are here. We can still chat together. If you are not breaking for lunch yourself.
No, I've taken my porridge here. So, yeah, so where are you coming from? I'm speaking to Justice. Is it Justice?
I'm in Nairobi.
Hey, Nairobi.
I am I'm based at Kenyatta University. I'm the presenter to a Fantas who was presented on this panel.
Hey, I'm here in Karen.
You are in Karen?
Karen here. African International University.
We should plan and have a meet before it is too late.
Because actually, yes, and we are conducting.
Professor, you are in Karen.
Karen in AIU, the former Negest. You know Negest?
Oh.
Nairobi Evangelical School of Theology.
Oh, okay. That's where Professor Eric Masinde Aseka is.
You know, Chimpregat.
Hey.
He's now the acting VC. He used to be in Moi University. You know him? You have gone off.
Okay, he has gone off, Prof. He has gone off. I have my co-presenter here, Ndidi Obele Onokogo. Are you there? Say hi to Prof. Unmute yourself.
Who is that?
Ndidi Obele, my co-presenter.
Hey, where is he?
No, she is here. She is online. Ndidi Obele.
Hey.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you hear?
So
can you hear us?
I'm not hearing properly.
Oh, okay. So, Prof, I'm presenting from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. That is where I am at the moment.
My University of Nigeria is based where?
Yeah. Nigeria, Nsukka, NSUKK, Nsukka.
No, in Lagos? Is it in Lagos?
No, Enugu. Enugu State. Yes, Enugu.
Enugu is different from Ibadan.
Yeah, Enugu is different from Ibadan. Yes, Ibadan is in Oyo State.
Enugu is in the north. Is it?
No, in the east.
In the east, okay.
Yeah, Ibadan is in the west.
I've been honoring in Lagos and Abuja, so those are the only places I know.
Okay.
I've been in Abuja, I've been in Lagos for many times.
Oh, okay.
So what is your area? Literature?
Literature, yes.
You see, I admire literature. Me, I'm in information science, but I'm doing something similar. Something related, yeah. Okay, do you have a school of information science there?
No. We don't have a school of information science.
Okay, so we can exchange the numbers.
Okay.
There where you write. Let me put it on the screen. My
okay,
email.
yeah, I have. Yeah. Okay. All right.
as I put them on the chat. Eh?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sending.
72495592. Yeah, is Uganda. Yes. You have sent yours.
Yes.
Yours is 25223.
Yes.
Oh.
6, yeah.
68. Your names are very hard. Which is the easiest name? O2.
Okay, the easiest way of pronouncing it, you can say Ike. That's the easiest way.
That the first one is very hard.
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah, you can, but you can, Prof, you can pronounce my name. I think you can.
Are you a Muntu?
No, Igbo.
Eh?
Igbo.
You are the Igbo, eh?
Yes.
When they are, I think Otu Egbuta is simpler.
Oh yeah, it's simpler.
The other one is very hard. Ituchu.
Yeah, it's Ikechukwu.
Yeah. Itichu. Yeah, it's okay. Itichuku.
No, Prof, I will teach you.
Itichuku. Is it Itichuku?
Ike. Ikechukwu.
Ike.
Yes.
Ike. There is no T.
No. Ike. I'm sending it to you now.
No, I see it here on the screen. Itechu. How do you spell? How do you pronounce?
Ike.
Ike. Chuku.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
So you are a professor or administrator?
No, a professor. I'm a lecturer.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Prof. So, I don't know if you can.
Okay. It's okay, we'll communicate. Thank you very much.
All right.
Let me
All
also
right, no problem.
All right.
All right, have a nice time. Yeah, bye.
Is the banner visible? Yes, let the banner be visible. Are you all smiling? Okay, I'll give maybe another one from here. You can come. Okay. My friend, thank you so much.
aweereze ex yali amanyi nti ojja kufa kubanga agenze.
One time oli ku Kadama FM tukubire ku ssimu tubuulire osinzidde wa yo olunaku lukutambulidde lutya ali ku ssimu gamba alo
yenze Kadama we Bahrain atabuuza atagambwako zenze kayina layisinsi enzikiriza okulumya omuwala gwenjala
nyabo ng'oli bulala
indi bulala tomanyi DTC bwe kiggwayo kiggwayo indefinitely terrible creature njemera omuwala bunayoza ebintu kati ate olwo gwe pulideta akola ku leediyo.
Forever to be interested in it, then could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case sooner or later you will discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case...
Sooner or
later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing, and then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Is there a particular piece of advice you would give to an aspiring writer?
Yes, the best advice you can give a writer is just write. There is no simple way. There is no way in which you can say, if you stand on your head twice a day, that this will enable you to write. You just have to write and keep writing, and don't be discouraged, just keep writing. Now, it could be you're in the wrong business, in which case, sooner or later, you'll discover that. But you won't discover that by querying yourself. You'll only discover that by the actual process of doing the writing. And then if that doesn't work, you can't persuade anybody at all forever to be interested in it, then it could be that you're in the wrong business. But even then, I wouldn't give up. I would still keep pressing on.
Mwami wange, lwaki onjolooga? Lwaki ompeewula weewula?
Lawino's quarrel with her husband Ochol in that book or in that text is about the mediating between this conflict between tradition and the modern. Ochol, Lawino's husband, has gotten so fascinated with the modern that he thinks that he can live in the modern as if he does not have a past.
olwa sande okiwulidde munzikirize ntwala omukisa guno okulamusa ku baana ab'obuwala ntegeeza basere queen betwaleko e uganda olwa Sande olwa Sande ukiwulidde munzikirize ntwala omukisa guno okulamusa ku baana ab'obuwala ntegeeza basere queen betwaleko e Uganda okiwulidde abandi agadde okutwetabamu okuyingira ekyumba ky'omufirisuuti okitegeera naye ng'ensonga esinga okubaleeta mbu bakoye okutambuza plastika mu kampani z'e Uganda bakoye okutambuza emmere wa beredene okiwulidde ekintu ekyo kansooke mbakuba akakula omukuleke yakuba namwandu okiwulidde ife wano tutambula tusinga n'abatembeeyi tusinga n'abatambuza emmere mu hoteri e Uganda olwakuba nti ekyenyeyo kye tulina tutambulira mu kifo kimu tubeera nga saakasi okiwulidde omufirisuuti ayinza okutuma ekikopo naye ng'ayagala sukaari ayagala ejiiko ayagala kagaati ayagala jubini abikutuma omulundi gumugumu kati gwalina okwebereramu n'ogamba nti kantumya ekikopo byonna byagala n'obitwala ate sin'obizza simanya munfuna naye bw'otaasala ago magezi mukwano ogenda kutambula n'obwoya bukugwe ku ntumbwe obenga anoonya omulimu ate ng'ogulina mba secret abange mubeere bulungi.
Ali ku simu tubuulire gy'osinzidde osaba akayimba tukakkubire. Hello?
Nsinzidde mu kiyumba ky'omuwalabu wano e Jidda. Ndi kika kya Kadama Pro Max DTC updated version era yonze omu ku batolosi.
Ky'ogamba lediyo yaffe bagitege Saudi Arabia.
Onookuba akayimba kenjagala oba nsinikire muli amannyo.
Saba akayimba.
Okuva lwe nagenda e Bulaaya.
Okuva we nagenda e Bulaaya.
Nasirika nnyo tebakyampuliriza.
Nasirika nnyo temukyampuliriza.
Babuulire kutusaba ssente gy'oli ffe tuzisena ku nnyanja.
Sirika nno owuliriza akayimba.
Ebizindalo bijjeeko nkeeyimbire.
Birungi binkuba ng'ate nammwe ebirungi mubisuubira kola nnyo nabe nga tukyuka munnaffe.
Mwami Museveni nze nkusaba kolayo lumu katemba oyiye n'abantu bo weewaayirize nti bakuwambye abantu bagenda kukka mu ddiro bazine bwe birigwa nagamba mbadde nnimba bannange n'alyoka abuuza nti ne Zambali yazinye ne lw'omusana naye yazinye nti nnyo n'asinga n'enamboze n'okwawula n'akola ki n'ayawula sobola
Onalebo Alani Sewanyana MP owamakindye West Mugeme Muwambe Muchi Mudurowuni ate kaya ati ekyo nkiruma
Adama's first day Good evening. I just want to pick up from where the minister left in the morning. I think she had some good advice for us, that we need to present our material on the new platforms, and the new platforms that the younger people are accessing. And I just want to something about a small experiment I did just about 2 years ago. I took 2 African folk stories, narrated them and animated them, and I put them on my YouTube channel, Igara Kabaji TV. You can Google and find it. Igara Kabaji, EGARA. You get the pen. I'll say it later. I just hung them there, and in a short while, as we talk now, one of the stories has 77,000 views. Another one has 56,000 views. That tells you that we need to move to new platforms and tell those stories. There are folk stories. I didn't add anything. I simply, transcribed, translated them into English, narrated them, and animated. They are hanged there forever. No one will ever remove them. So I think it is important to think very seriously about using new platforms to tell our stories. Now, it is called EGARA. E for egg. EGARA. The next name is Kabaji, KABAJI TV. So you just go to YouTube, search, go to the playlist folk tales, and you'll find them. So thank you very much, and I think we need to take that direction and take the advice that the minister gave us. Asante sana.
I'm so humbled. I'm Ivan Mawanda, an author for Think You Can. What I'm trying to raise this point is the rate of translation African stories or literature into local languages. I tried it and I just gave up because they told me they would judge me. What? When I was in my career, I said, no, let me keep this in English. Let me make a self-publication, because I tried publishers, they all told me, no, this is unpublishable work. It's not what is on market and demanded. But when I made my self-publication, I'm now one of the best sellers in the world. Not in Uganda. Here I'm not known. But I've lived in over 20 countries because of this. And I'm launching it at Sheraton Hotel on 7th December. I have the invitation cards here. Why I stood up to raise this concern is, one, I looked at how do I make a good story, real life non-fiction, but into a simplified mode of communication that can bring African morals, ethics, and culture into simplicity, whereby you don't have to go to elders or what and what, but you can just read. It flows into your sense, then you pick out something. I get emails from Russia, from Europe, from South America, 20 per day. They're like, hey, make another publication, do another thing. And secondly, I never invested too much into hard copies. Why my financial base wasn't wide. What I thought of, since I'm an engineer, I'm a systems analyst, I went into programming, then did myself well with the Amazon, they approved it. eBay, all online bookstores, they said, this is part of what we should be selling. Translating it to Swahili, I was in Zanzibar. When I talked to the person in Zanzibar, whom we were with in the Zanzibar Awards, he told me, no, I can do it for you freely. But coming to Uganda, putting it into Uganda, I meant about privacy and not creeping a bad record, but the issue is if we harmonize and really try to encourage upcoming talent, something can be good out of it, even to the benefit of our economy. Because right now, I don't know how many people I'm employing to be selling out my book. Yeah.
Thank you so very much, and congratulations upon your book.
Sister, just a few minutes. Yeah, few minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll remain seated. I'm a senior citizen, right? So my question goes to the panel, and I'm asking, I have had 2 publishing houses, Fountain Publishers, Ibua. Is there any other? I see.
There is
because
also Scribe.
in the 20 years I've been here, I've been hearing on Fountain, and for academic purposes, Fountain Publishers was recommended as internationally recognized. So do you have the same status as Fountain Publishers? I see. So it remains a monopoly, right? And then, secondly, it's very expensive to publish with the Fountain Publishers. Our books cannot be recognized unless we have an international publisher. We have tried. Is there a way of subsidizing this so that we can get our works through? Because we have many manuscripts waiting. And if we go to others, they will not allow us, in some of the circles, we send these other books. Thank you very much.
So back to the panel. I don't know what FemRite is saying, because I know FemRite also publishes. Yeah. No, not as Fountain, but it also publishes.
Okay. Sister, my publishing company is called Scribe House, and we are not as expensive as Fountain Publishers. Well, we have published, we have sold books internationally, if that's what you're meaning, especially for those who are able to put books on Amazon. But we have published a British author as well, so I think that qualifies us. Yes, and we do academic work. We have an academic publishing consultant in-house. Scribe House. Scribe House, yes. Yes.
Let's use a microphone.
It's called the African Studies Bookstore, and yes, we are international recognized. We have signed partnerships with different institutes for publishing for different institutes for African studies all over the world. Most of them also are partners with Fountain. We have a partnership with Cambridge University, with Paris Sorbonne in France, Ohio University Press in the US, Michigan, and also here in Nairobi and in Kenya, and in Tanzania as well. So we are we have a co-publishing arrangement for our books, and just yesterday we launched a new book on militarization of Uganda's institutions at University of Copenhagen, which is an academic book by Human Rights Peace Center at Makerere and the law school. Yes.
Okay, there was some, majority were actually contributing too, but we had 2 questions from my evaluation. I think from Obo, and there was a gentleman up there. So let's quickly,
Okay, I'd like to.
yeah, could you answer the questions, please? Let's try and make this a bit faster.
Okay, so to answer Deos's questions, interactive text. I think that's what you're. I call them book apps. I know them as book apps, where you can. It goes beyond what an ebook does, because an ebook also has plain text. But you can create an app where, as the text is maybe being highlighted, it is being read by a narrator. So there's the of those, but we are still crossing the hurdle of ebooks. So we are getting there slowly but surely. I hope we'll get there before technology changes. Then the bit about government buying books, maybe just to clarify, my publishing house actually does not use that business model. I don't like it. Just like you, I don't like it either. I feel sad that our market is driven by the government's, bids. It's really terrible. Parents will buy textbooks because they want their children to pass exams, but they'll not think about buying books just for the children to just have a good reading culture, or to just have, socio-economic growth, because we all know that trade books contribute to socio-economic growth, development, critical thinking, all those things. Sometimes I wonder if it's a deliberate effort not to raise critical thinkers, but anyway. Yeah, so I don't like that that model, but why I raised it is because that is the existing model for people who are focusing on money. That is where the money is. If you want to do things the Scribe House way, it's going to be hard. And I've been in the industry for 14 years, but Scribe House was officially registered. We started in 2016, officially registered, in 2018. And I'm sticking on that path of, we are going to find a way to make trade books profitable. But I am telling you, it is really an uphill climb. We cannot avoid the ecosystem that Charity talked about. That's why I was saying earlier that we need to think about how can we actually make the people want, the oral literature or the things that are pertaining to our identity, so that we can document it, but then also make money from it. But since it is still an uphill climb, my suggestion was we can take advantage of the system. Take advantage of the system. If what works is publishers are going to go where, the money is, which is government textbooks, then engage government into integrating more of our own identity, our oral tradition and all that into the curriculum for now. As the rest of us who are on this uphill climb, we'll stick to our methods and try to also, get the rest of the trade book readers on board.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, yes. Charity, and then Watson, and then Tom, and then we conclude.
All right. Just a few things. Speaking to Dawson's question, I think it's sort of, let me use the word unfair, to expect written text to resonate the way that the spoken word would do. I think the written text serves a purpose, which might not be interactive, as you were saying. So, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be having our oral traditions, our oral literature written and all. I think as an indigenous publishing house, we find ourselves struggling what you'd call our indigenous technology as well as modern technology. We function as a traditional publisher, but yet we...
Sorry for the microphone, but I just had one more thing to add also for Dewas. I did, when I was doing my thesis, writing I have a master's in publishing studies, and my thesis was about factors that affect the distribution of trade books in Uganda. And I was trying to answer that question, why academic books published, distributed more than the trade books. So these are all the factors that I documented in my thesis, which is a reminder for me. I should probably avail it to the public, or a condensed version of it. But yeah, while I was doing the publishing studies, because I did the publishing studies in the UK, the differences, I did the publishing studies in the UK, the differences, in the way that the British own their literature, even without government involvement, I think their oral tradition, first of all, was not as interrupted, maybe because they were colonialists. Yes, they interrupted ours. So that's why I still have that question of how do we together, the whole ecosystem, the readers, the publishers, the authors, how do we own it together? This is probably why we have conferences like this, the sensitization that comes with that. Probably from here, the writers are now going to go and rethink what stories they should write. The publishers are going to rethink, do we really just have to chase after the money, or, and things like that. But one dynamic that I want to highlight from my research is the fact that publishing in Uganda, it started that way. It started from Alexander Mackay bringing a printing press, printing Bibles, and then from there, because they wanted people to learn English, then, they had to start printing English texts, translations and all that. They had to learn, of course, the first printing machine actually was created. The origin of their publishing industry is very different. So for us, it is really a bit of an uphill climb, which we need this conversation. We need to come together and say, okay, we need to change this. That's one reason why I still say we need to take advantage of the education system with the government involvement.
Okay. For me, I wanted to add to what Bivari, what she talked about, a pharmacist and a certain who have managed to write. For me, reading and writing is for everyone. It doesn't matter where you come from, what sort of this profession or whatever rank you are. Everyone has the ability to innovate and create. And also, for most of these years, those who know me have been selling books. And people who buy or consume our literature, they are not necessarily from our writing actually community, the way we meet here. They are people from engineering, they are businessmen, they are border people, they are market vendors. So what is important is the accessibility and the visibility channels. And most of these people are always interested in being part of these platforms, but sometimes we don't give them much attention. But yes, they are creating, they are documenting just like any of us, and they are very, very interested in these aspects. And the lecturer from Kyambogo talked about the role oral literature, how it shaped their education in the 1960s and 70s. And I also wish to agree that she talked about children understanding more. You know, if you want to make sure they have very very good morals, values. She talked about the age of 5 to 11. And I think as a generation, we need to also make sure that we are very determined and also deliberate about what kind of information our children consume, because if our grandparents gave us this opportunity, why can't we do the same for these kids? Because no one is going to do it, and also if they don't see you interested in that kind of information, if they don't see you narrate these stories, they're also not going to get interested, of course.
Tom?
I will try to touch on each point, and I will try to keep it brief. I will start with Betty's concern about theater. As it has been mentioned, publishers, we are trying to preserve. That's a fact we cannot run away. In most cases, we are trying to preserve what has been kept in oral literature. And I will give an example of Paul Cafero. We have an exhibition outside there. There is a tent. We have there his book, One Little Guitar. We did a compilation of Cafero's music. Fortunately, we worked with his wife, Omwana w'Omuzungu. It would have been very expensive. We worked with his wife. When you look at that book, we have the original version in Luganda, and we have the translated version in English. Recently, it was being reviewed, and there's where they were saying we need to improve. In some cases, we are having literal translations. But that's an effort in that direction of preserving what is not necessarily written. I think it was Deus Kansime who talked about the distortion of the message. What efforts are we making to have the text interactive so that the original message is kept? I will use an example. For us, we are a commercial publishing house. One time we were in Rwanda, when Rwanda was moving from Francophone to Anglophone. We were involved in developing the books for the Rwanda market. They had certain books where a book had to be accompanied by an audio version. So you can see that with the technology available, efforts are already being made to make sure that there is no distortion. If we have this book, you create it into a cartoon, you can now, with artificial intelligence, I think now you can recreate the original voice. So, going back to technology, we must embrace technology in what we are doing. Then I think it was Deus who also talked about alternative models of making our books attractive. Also, I think publishing houses are already making efforts. And what are they using? They are using technology. Software, hardware. You are talking about Njabara. Njabara is one of our titles, which we picked from the oral tradition, translated in English. It is in Njabara, there is one. Now, maybe some of you could have read a version with line drawings. But as technology improves, those people, those of you who are in illustrations, people were using watercolors. But now the children of today, they don't appreciate the work of watercolors. Now the illustrators are using drawing tablets and painting on the computer. And the illustrations that now are being created are more or less like real life illustrations. So still, we are still using technology to make the content attractive to the audience, whatever audience. And there was something about promotion of morality without killing creativity. Fortunately, this is an audience for literature. I think literature, you are mainly the main culprit. The way you play about with words and you say what ordinarily would be difficult to say. But fortunately, to make sure that morality and whatever, all those issues are preserved, book publishing is a book or a manuscript goes through a number of processes. There is evaluation, there is editing, there is quality assurance, there is proofreading. So along the way, and when we are handling these publications, we make sure that you look at it once, so that the next person looks at it, at the manuscript, with a fresh mind. Because it was proved that if you read a text now and over again, you begin reading what is in your head. So the assurance is that there are checks and controls by following the process. Of course, now with the technology, as much as technology is empowering big publishing houses, it is also empowering beginners. As technology emerges, as the AI emerges, self-publishing is going to be on the increase. And don't be deceived. You can be self-published and you make it big. Fountain publishers, we have over 2,000 titles. Some of them I can't recall. But if you self-publish, you know the content, you know the market, I assure you, you can market that book much better than Fountain, who has 2,000 titles, and he has to put your book in art stock, and it is hidden somewhere in the bookshelf. Lastly, I think this was a question from Sister, subsidizing. And I think this was directed at Fountain. Now, Fountain Publishers, as I've said, it's a commercial publishing house. And I clarified that as a commercial publishing house, you are in between the stock market, where you talk money, and the cathedral, where you talk about values, moral issues, giving back to community. So what do? We publish all the books. Trade books, scholarly books, academic books, tourism-related information books, self-help books. We do all the books. And we have special to handle all those. We rely on professionals. And a book like a scholarly book, like converting your PhD thesis into a publication, even if we work very hard, we can't produce it in less than 6 months. And one of the first stage is evaluation. And who is going to do evaluation? We must look for a professional person in that area to read and tell us whether you are within your scope whether you are addressing your audience. And of course, those people are paid. So that's why scholarly publishing is it's a reserve of a few people. Sometimes we can't afford. He has talked about co-publishing. Some of the books, we co-publish them with publishers in Europe. Otherwise, they would be expensive here. But when we go on the cathedral site, once in a while, in a year, or I think in a year, we normally support 1 or 2 publications. But now there is competition. So your manuscript must be exceptional to warrant that contribution from the publishing house. I thank you.
So let's give a clap to the panelists. I think it has been a great discussion, and we've learned a lot from what they expect as well as also the option of self-publishing. At this moment, I would like to close this session, and I kindly request that we come early. Why we are reaching this time is because we started off late, and then we start grappling for time and all that. So I kindly request that tomorrow we try to reach here. Between 8 to 9, we are arriving and registering. 9, we get started. Tomorrow is our last day here. And also for the online people, we are glad you participated in this. And also we had some presenters there. So with this, I would like to wish you all a nice evening. And wherever you're going, be blessed in your going, and you'll be blessed in coming back here tomorrow.